Berenger awoke the next day, his body sore all over from the physical contest he had endured the day before. One thing he noticed immediately was the complete and utter lack of sight in his right eye. He quickly touched the wound and noticed a scar almost identical to the one he had before his body's rebirth. With a heavy sigh, Berenger climbed out of bed and realized he was completely naked. Instead of getting dressed, as one might do first thing in the morning, he quickly rummaged through his belongings in search of one particular item. After several moments of searching, he found what he was looking for, a crystalline sphere, whose color was gold. Only after gazing upon this device did Berenger sigh in relief. Without hesitation, he pulled out his boot knife from his belongings and, slowly but surgically, removed his blinded eye, just as he had done in Egypt. Once the socket was empty, he gently placed the golden gemstone in its place. It rapidly transformed into a functional eye. With his sight regained, Berenger fell back onto his bedding and sighed again, reflecting on everything that had occurred the day before. He hadn't even had time to process his emotions while fighting his brother, whom he had killed nearly 14 years ago, in yet another battle to the death. The look of hatred on Lambert's face, and his claims of what he would do if given a second chance at life, haunted him. It seemed that hell had transformed the boy into a monster. Berenger now realized that, whether in this life or the next, there would be no chance at reconciliation between him and his brother, a thought that weighed heavily on his heart. It was while he was thinking of this that the door to the longhouse opened, revealing Siv and her mother, Brynhilde. They gazed at the naked man and his chiseled body for several seconds before he realized his state. The young girl blushed immediately and ran out the door, while Brynhilde wore a seductive smile on her mature face. Perhaps this was the chance she was looking for. The Icelandic beauty quickly took advantage of the situation. She set down her basket of eggs and walked to Berenger's side. "My gods, are these the scars left over from your duel? They're so manly. Here, let me help you get dressed." Though Berenger wanted to reject her, his body was still sore, leaving him with no choice. Brynhilde did her best to help him get dressed in the clothes provided by the hidden village before aiding him to the dining table, where she quickly prepared breakfast. During this time, Siv re-entered her home, not daring to look Berenger in the eyes. In a moment of curiosity, Berenger activated the Eye of Horus to survey the thoughts and general feelings the mother and daughter had towards him. Siv's aura was one of overwhelming embarrassment, while Brynhilde's radiated intense lust. Ultimately, Berenger deactivated the divine artifact, fearing that if he gazed upon the mature beauty's feelings any longer, he would lose control of his own emotions and act in a way he otherwise shouldn't. Before long, Brynhilde brought out a few plates of food and set them down on the table in front of her guest and young daughter. There was a lascivious smile on the woman's face as she grabbed Berenger's wrist and whispered something suggestive in his ear. "I do believe I promised to take care of you if you survived your previous trial." Though Siv did not dare look Berenger in the eye, she could tell that her mother was trying to tempt the man. She quickly intervened. "Mother, I believe Berenger has another trial today. So, you should cook some more eggs and sausage so that he has enough energy to complete it." A look of disappointment appeared on Brynhilde's face as she realized her daughter was, for lack of a better term, cock-blocking her. She could only sigh in defeat and return to the kitchen, where she prepared another serving for her guest. After eating his fill, Berenger left the longhouse without a word, not wanting to get further involved with the mature beauty and her young daughter. After all, the last thing he needed was to sire a bastard in this faraway land. When Berenger entered the village, the seeress greeted him once more. She was surrounded by the entire clan. A stoic expression was on her eerily beautiful face as she declared the next trial. "Since your arrival in this village, Odin has demanded you pass 3 trials. While you may not have realized the significance of these tests, there has always been a hidden meaning behind them. First, you demonstrated your courage and tenacity by fighting a creature superior in strength and size to yourself, with only your own means. For your second trial, you corrected past dishonors by defeating a man who should have rightly killed you if you had not relied on petty trickery to emerge victorious. In doing so, you proved your ability in combat, something all warriors should take pride in. Now, for your third and final trial, you will leave this hidden land and climb the nearest mountain. From there, you will stand at the peak and gaze into the fiery depths below, where you must jump into the pool of molten magma. If your faith is strong, you will be whisked away by the rainbow bridge to Valhalla. However, if your heart wavers for even a moment, you will plunge to your death. Ultimately, it is up to you whether you live or die. Berenger nearly lost control when he heard of this trial. Wrestling a polar bear, fighting a spectral image of his long-dead brother to the death, these were challenges that required the strength of the body more than the mind. However, to have faith in anyone besides himself and willingly throw himself into the jaws of death was a true test for him. Every instinct in Berenger's body urged him to retreat and abandon this foolish quest. Yet, he had come so far, and the path ahead was clear. If he succeeded in this endeavor, if he chose to set aside his logic and reason and show faith in Odin, he would finally learn why he was brought into this world and what the gods had planned for him. But was the answer to this question worth his life? Berenger stood still for some time, uncertain if he could make this leap of faith. Or so he thought. In reality, he had been subconsciously making his way to the mountain's peak while lost in his thoughts, weighing the pros and cons of this trial. When Berenger finally snapped out of his reverie, he found himself standing at the edge of the volcano. He knew not how many hours had passed or how he had ended up in this precise spot. Perhaps the journey itself was the work of the gods. However, as he stared into the fiery chasm below his feet, his heart began to palpitate. If he took one step back from the cliff, he would fail the trial and never learn his purpose in life. However, he could return safely to his family and live the rest of his days in ultimate luxury. No matter how Berenger thought about it, if he took a step forward, he would certainly fall to his death. It was only logical that such an outcome would occur. However, he also knew that many things in this world defied the laws of physics, or at least his current understanding of them. He had seen and heard with his own eyes and ears the figures and voices of supernatural beings. He had come into contact with these deities, and in some cases, even felt their flesh with his own hands. Even if logic dictated that only death awaited him, how could he rationally defy what he knew to be true? The gods were real, and they had been guiding his journey from the very beginning. Thus, after careful consideration, he stepped forward and allowed his body to fall into the active volcano. As Berenger fell closer to the pool of magma below, his mind wanted more than anything to curse himself for being so foolish, yet an indomitable part of his character was certain that his faith would not let him die from this trial by fire. Just as he was about to close his eyes and embrace his death, a rainbow appeared in front of him and whisked him away from the fiery pit, which was just millimeters below. In its place appeared a rainbow bridge, known as Bifrost. At the other end of this bridge stood a great mead hall, whose roof was made of shields and whose rafters were fashioned from spears. After exhaling in relief, Berenger took a step onto the rainbow bridge and walked forward toward the entrance of Valhalla, where Odin and his Einherjar awaited his arrival. Berenger stood on Bifrost and gazed into the distance, where a large mead hall stood before him. He had done it, he had survived the final of Odin's trials. Despite his mind telling him he would die, he had entered Valhalla safely. His mind still struggled to believe it, every aspect of his character fighting against his faith. Yet, he had somehow swallowed his pride, logic, and sense of reason, and dared to believe that Odin, a mythical figure he had never seen, would save him from his predicament. As Berenger stood on the rainbow bridge and took a step forward, he heard the sound of a horse neighing in the distance. He looked toward its source and saw an 8-legged steed, with a rider on its back. The rider was no man, but a beautiful woman, perhaps the most beautiful Berenger had ever seen. Yet, there was something vaguely familiar about her beneath her mask. It was only after the horse stopped in front of Berenger that he recognized the mature beauty for who she really was. He stood there, gaping in disbelief as the name escaped his lips. Brynhildr. A seductive smile formed on the woman's lips as she grabbed hold of Berenger's wrist and hauled him onto the back of the mighty beast. Once he was firmly seated behind her, she nodded her head and responded in an affectionate tone. The one and the same. Berenger could hardly believe that the mother of his young guide, and the woman he had been flirting with for the past few days, was none other than the Valkyrie herself. However, she did not say another word, and instead snapped the reins, which bridled Sleipnir's mouth, and ferried the Kaiser across the rainbow bridge. Berenger wrapped his arms around the woman's waist to secure his position and continued to gaze in awe as the gates to Valhalla swung open, revealing a large gathering of men and women who welcomed their newest brother into Odin's hall. Once inside, Brynhildr stepped off the 8-legged horse and dragged Berenger down, presenting the man to the leader of the Aesir. Sitting upon a throne fashioned from swords was none other than the one-eyed god of war himself. Odin smiled as he witnessed his champion finally enter his hall. He was about to stand up and greet the man when a terrible cough overcame him, forcing the deity back into his seat. Concern was evident on Brynhildra's beautiful face as she attempted to step forward, but her movements were halted when Odin raised one hand, regained his balance, and stood on his own 2 feet. He then glared at the woman for not introducing his newest guest. "Well, aren't you going to introduce this man?" The hall suddenly became silent as everyone waited for an answer. As a result, Brynhildra nervously introduced the man kneeling next to her. "Your Majesty, this is Berenger von Kufstein, also known among our people as Berenger Sieghardsson, the Emperor of all Germans and the man you have chosen to be your champion." When the word champion escaped the Valkyrie's lips, a gasp of shock emerged from every man and woman present, followed by a variety of whispers. Berenger struggled to raise his head to get a good glimpse of Odin's features. The man was tall and robust, with a large white beard, an aging face, and an eye patch over one eye. Despite appearing to be in his 60s, there was no doubt that he was in considerable shape. Perhaps even greater than Berenger himself, there was a proud smile on the god's face as he posed a question to Berenger, one he had been waiting to hear the answer to since he first reincarnated into this world. "Berenger Sieghardsson, or would you prefer me to call you by your original name? Julian Weber, do you know why I have used a considerable amount of my power to drag you into this world?" Berenger's heart began to race as he heard the question. The first thing he did was correct the god, before answering honestly. "That name no longer holds any meaning to me. Please, Your Majesty, call me Berenger. As for your question, I have been looking for an answer to it for a very long time." The room echoed with laughter as Odin began to bellow like a madman. Once he had finally calmed himself, he responded to Berenger's statement as if the two of them were old friends. "I figured you would still have some sentiment towards your old identity. It seems I was wrong. Berenger, the reason I brought you into this world was to mess with that little shit, Loki. And what a marvelous job you have done. It was well worth the sacrifice." This reply only raised more questions for Berenger. The answer was far from what he expected, and he was quick to voice his thoughts. "I'm sorry, I don't understand. As far as I'm aware, I have never had any interactions with Loki." Odin began to cough and took several moments to calm himself before clarifying further. "Oh, don't be so sure. Have you ever wondered how Yahweh can be worshipped by his followers as all-powerful and all-knowing, and yet leave so little of an imprint in this world? It's because he isn't real. Yahweh, Satan, and Jesus are all identities that Loki has created to divide the power of the Germanic pantheon and cause chaos in the world. Thanks to that little bastard, the old gods of every religion have lost their power over this world and others like it. Julian Weber, a brilliant engineer, has dedicated his life to understanding how the world works. Politics, warfare, economics, and engineering are just a few of the subjects you mastered in your previous life. You alone held the knowledge and abilities to build a mighty empire and bring down the Christian faith once and for all. You dismantled the Catholic Church and brought Europe under your direct influence. Meanwhile, you fostered a culture of logic, reason, and science that will inevitably lead to the erosion of the Western world's faith in Christianity, all without me even needing to personally interfere. Soon, the Arab world will fall under your influence, or at the very least, your descendants, and they too will have a scientific revolution that will further degrade the so-called Abrahamic religions of this world. In the end, the power base that Loki has spent a millennium fostering will collapse, and our time will come to reclaim our place in this world. And it is all thanks to you. When the time comes, Iceland will become a bastion of our faith once more, then Scandinavia, and perhaps one day, even the German people will come to accept a reformed version of our faith and traditions that align with their scientific ways of looking at the world. Even now, my power is restoring itself at a rapid rate, and it is all thanks to you. How can I ever repay you?" Berenger was stunned into utter silence when he heard this revelation. The Christian God he was raised to believe in during his past life, and whose followers he fought against tooth and nail in this life, was all a lie. It was a trick by the world's most notorious trickster, all to sow chaos among the various pantheons of the world. Never in his wildest dreams did he believe this to be true. Then again, this theory began to make sense when he considered the fact that he was able to combat Lambert's soul, who should have been in the Abrahamic hell. Why would Yahweh or Satan agree to Odin's request, unless it was a duel between two gods who despised one another and their mortal pawns? Still, it took some time before Berenger could fully accept this theory and move on to more important matters. A powerful supernatural being owed him a favor, and all Berenger could think of was one thing. "Promise me one thing, and I will consider us equal." Odin raised his brow when he heard this, expecting some lavish condition that would take centuries to fulfill. Thus, he had a bit of a concerned tone in his voice when he responded to Berenger's request. "Name it, and so long as it is within my power, I promise to fulfill your request." With a heavy sigh, Berenger made his request, half expecting that Odin would not be able to fulfill it. "When I finally perish from the mortal world, and my family follows me into the void, I want an afterlife of my own, one where my family and I can live in peace and serenity for eternity. No more wars, no more worries, just our own little corner of heaven to live happily ever after together as a family." Odin's response was one Berenger had not expected. The man bellowed with laughter as he heard this request. It was such a trivial thing that he did not even need to lift a finger to fulfill it. Berenger took this the wrong way and instantly became concerned. Just as he was about to further interrogate the deity, the man calmed down and responded, "That's it? That's all you want from me? Fine, I can make such a thing a reality with little effort. You don't need to worry. When you die, even if you haven't fulfilled your agreement with that jackal-faced shit, I will make sure you and your family have your own little afterlife. No matter how many generations of your family perish from this world, they will be united with you for eternity. I assume you want your mother and father on this list as well, huh? No problem. For what you have done for me and my kind, it truly does not amount to 1/10 of what we owe you. If you think of anything else down the road, just let me know, and I will make it happen." Upon hearing that his most ideal ending would come true, Berenger smiled and bowed his head in thanks to the one-eyed god before responding with a reverent tone, "You have my thanks, your majesty." "So, what now?" Odin looked around at his hall, which was filled with whispers about what they had just heard. He then made an announcement, "Tonight we feast. As for tomorrow, I believe you still have a war to fight with the Japanese. So I will let you return to the mortal plane. Heed my words, Berenger Sighardsson. You must treat the Japanese empress with dignity even after you achieve your victory, for that little albino woman holds a secret identity. If you were to end her life, I'm certain you would live with a heavy sense of guilt for the rest of your life." Though Berenger could not fathom what Odin was referring to, he decided to keep the god's words in mind. In truth, up until this moment, he had not even considered what he would do to Atami after the war was over. However, Odin would not have spoken these words unless they were important. Thus, in that moment, Berenger decided that, at the very least, he would not execute Itami after he emerged victorious in their petty dispute. As for what followed next, Berenger planned to have the party of a lifetime. The party had begun, and Berenger was the belle of the ball, so to speak. Yet, this was no sophisticated event thrown by a prominent German nobleman. No, this was a celebration among warriors. Those who had earned the right to enter Valhalla were few and far between, and yet Berenger stood among their ranks as they showered him with praise for his accomplishments in this life. With a horn of meat in one hand and a mutton chop in the other, Berenger celebrated his victorious trials with the warriors of Valhalla. Among these men were the greatest warriors the Germanic people had ever known: Arminus, Maravek, Ragnar Lothbrok, Harald Hardrada, and many others, all of whom stood by Berenger's side and treated him as if he were the greatest among them. For in a single decade, he had created an empire that these men could only dream of. Brynhildr poured the mead from Ernest udders and continued to wait upon Berenger's every need, an act that did not go unnoticed by the god Odin, who watched over the feast and celebration as if he were a proud grandfather. Eventually, the one-eyed deity summoned the Valkyrie to his side, where he quickly approached the subject. "You've fallen for my champion, haven't you?" The platinum blonde beauty's cheeks flushed red with embarrassment as she looked away with a hint of shame. She would not go so far as to say that she had fallen for Berenger, but there was definitely an intense attraction to the man and a lingering desire she could not dismiss no matter how hard she tried. This reaction was all that Odin needed to see, and thus, with a heavy sigh, he asked another question regarding the matter. What about your daughter? How does she feel about your attraction to this man? Upon hearing this, Brynhilder's mind immediately snapped back to reality. She bowed her head in respect before responding to the Allfather's words. Siv seems resistant to the idea. Though she admires Berenger, I doubt she would actually approve of me getting involved with a man. After what happened between her father and me, it is unlikely that she will ever trust a man to fulfill that role. A hint of concern emerged on Odin's face as he continued to watch Berenger engage in a drinking contest with the Einherjar. He shook his head at the sight before redirecting his attention to the mature Valkyrie and her concerns. Berenger is destined to have 5 wives. On top of that, he already has many lovers, and the number will only increase as the years pass. Though his stamina may have grown with his body's rebirth, do you really think you and your daughter will receive the attention you deserve from this mortal man? Besides, you are needed in Iceland. Without your presence, the clan will not have the strength to grow powerful enough to take over the entire island. If you were to follow Berenger back to his homeland, it would only be disastrous for the people who have shown you such kindness these past few years. Brynhilder bit her lower lip in frustration as she heard these words. The hidden clan had been nothing but kind to her since she first began living with them. Odin's plan was for them to spread their culture and teachings across the entire island until Iceland was a domain where the old faith lived strong. As a Valkyrie, she played a substantial role in this operation. Despite this, there was a deep, hidden desire in Brynhilder's heart for Berenger to be the father her daughter never truly had. She was well aware that he already had multiple wives and lovers, but what great king in history didn't? After mulling it over for a few moments, Brynhilder came up with an idea that shocked Odin when she voiced it. What if I convince Berenger to vassalize Iceland and name our son as king? He has the power and influence to force Alvar to agree to Iceland's independence, where he can then declare it a protectorate of the Reich. Once it is under his control, he can actively work to help restore the people's faith in the old gods. It would be a much safer and quicker way to achieve your goals. Odin was taken aback by her statement, but after a few moments of thought, he had to agree that the proposal had potential. He reflected on the pros and cons of such an arrangement for some time before breaking into a chortle of laughter. It seems you have more brains than I gave you credit for, girl. Very well, if you can convince Berenger Sighardsson to agree to this arrangement, I will have no qualms about your union. Go now, the man's cup is almost empty. A wide smile formed on Brynhilder's face as she bowed her head in thanks, then left Odin's side and returned to Berenger, where she quickly fetched him another drink. Berenger gazed upon the mature beauty, who had been gone from his side for a while, and was about to ask what she had been up to when she grabbed his hand and led him to another corner of the room. Once they were alone, she sighed heavily before revealing her thoughts. I believe I made a promise to you after your first trial. If you survived all 3, I would tell you about my relationship with Siv's father. If you still want to hear it, I am more than willing to share the details with you. But I must warn you, it is not a story for the faint of heart. Berenger cautiously eyed the Valkyrie, judging by her actions and the tone in her voice that something had changed between them. They were no longer 2 adults flirting for fun. Instead, she seemed serious about becoming his woman. It took Berenger several seconds to consider whether he actually wanted to get further involved with her. After all, she already had a child, and if he were to take Brynhilder, a Valkyrie, as one of his concubines, it would mean caring for a child that was not his own. However, when Berenger thought about it, he actually enjoyed the company of the mother and daughter. He could always marry Siv off to one of his sons, thus strengthening his bloodline with the DNA of a Valkyrie. After several moments of internal deliberation, Berenger smiled and gently grasped the woman's dainty cheek. With a gentle expression, he nodded his head, giving her permission to continue. Very well, I'm listening. A bitter smile formed on Brynhilder's lips as she began to tell her tale of woe. About 14 years ago, when I was fetching the soul of a fallen warrior, something happened to me, something I'd prefer to forget. While fulfilling my duties as a Valkyrie, I came under attack by one of Loki's minions. I was lucky to have survived, but when I awoke, I had no memory of who I was before the assault. Instead, I found myself naked and alone in a land of ice. That was when Eric found me. He was immediately attracted to my beauty and played the part of a kind gentleman, attempting to lure me into his home. In my dazed state, I am ashamed to say that I foolishly obliged. Once inside, he forced himself upon me and made me his concubine, something I was powerless to resist at the time. A year later, Siv was born, and with her birth, I recovered my memories and powers. The first thing I did was take my baby girl and run to the village, where I knew an entryway to Valhalla existed. Once the villagers learned of my true identity, they did everything they could to provide for us. I raised Siv by myself for nearly 10 years until one day she just disappeared. She left behind a note saying she was going to search for her father. I was devastated, especially since I knew what a piece of shit Eric was. For 3 whole years, Siv was gone, and I could only imagine the horrors she endured in that man's house. However, in the end, you brought my baby girl back to me, safe and sound. I am eternally grateful for that. Needless to say, Berenger was not expecting such a wild scenario and instantly found his fists curled in rage. If there were 2 things he hated most in this world, they were rapists and child molesters. He had every intention of taking Eric's skull as a trophy the moment he returned to the mortal plane. Seeing how angry Berenger had become, Brynhildr decided to help calm his wrath in the best way she knew how. Seemingly out of nowhere, she grabbed hold of his face with both hands and kissed him passionately. Within seconds, the fire in Berenger's heart faded away, replaced by a burning passion. One that would not go away until he had made love to the woman in front of him. And that is exactly what he did. By the time dawn rose the next day, Berenger and Brynhildr had made love a total of 13 times. When Berenger awoke the next day, he found himself once more in the hidden valley where the clan of Vikings continued to follow their old traditions. He lay in the arms of Brynhildr, who pressed his head into her ample bosom. The Valkyrie was still asleep and did not dare let go of the man she had found herself intertwined with by virtue of fate. A memory flashed in Berenger's mind as he enjoyed the substantial yet soft mounds that served as his pillow. The night before, he had had a conversation with Odin, who said something that forever changed his perspective on the woman in his arms and her young daughter. "So, Brynhildr has told you about her history with the mortal realm?" I was a bit surprised that she was so willing to be honest about her past. What she doesn't know is that the trauma she suffered is exactly the reason I sacrificed so much to bring you into this world. Normally, I would have waited a few more centuries for a more suitable host for your spirit to inhabit. After all, the original Berenger of this world was just barely a viable candidate. Ideally, I would have waited until after the Enlightenment before summoning you into this world. However, Loki's actions were so reprehensible that I felt compelled to deal him a mortal blow as swiftly as possible. Thus, in retaliation for his attack on Brynhildr, I summoned you, so that you might dismantle everything he has built over the past millennium. And what a marvelous job you have done in this regard. While you were building an empire and enjoying your life to the fullest, Brynhildr and her daughter were suffering in a remote corner of the world. You could say that your fates are intertwined. I'm just glad the woman has moved past her trauma and found a man she loves. I give the 2 of you my blessing, so don't go breaking her heart. These words echoed in Berenger's mind as he reflected on everything he had been through over the past 14 years. While he was lost in thought, a scream filled the longhouse, startling Berenger and waking Brynhildr from her sleep. "Mother, what the hell? Why is Berenger in your bed? You barely even know the man." On the bed lay the naked figures of Berenger and Brynhildr, though the sensitive areas of their bodies were covered by a reindeer fur blanket. Standing opposite them was the young girl Siv, who was furious at what she was witnessing. The voluptuous Valkyrie rose from the bed, exposing her breasts as she wiped her eyes to combat her groggy state. This act caused Siv to look away in embarrassment. It took a few seconds for Brynhildr to realize she was back at home. When she did, she wore a warm smile on her pretty face and kissed Berenger on the lips, acting as if it were the most natural scenario in the world. "Siv, say hello to your new father. Odin himself has approved of our union, which means, as far as I am concerned, we are now husband and wife." Berenger was stunned when he heard this news and gazed upon the mature beauty with an incredulous look in his mismatched eyes. "Married? Since when? Why didn't anyone tell him about this? Is that what the old bastard meant by giving his blessing?" In this moment, Berenger could only imagine Odin looking down upon him and laughing at his current state. He had initially intended to keep Brynhildr and Siv in this secluded village as a secret from his wives, and to visit them only once every 3 months. However, judging by how the Valkyrie was clinging to him at this very moment, such an outcome now seemed like a distant dream. The word father visibly upset the teenage girl, who was well aware of just how big of a piece of shit her biological father truly was. In her naivety, she had gone to find Eric, because her mother would never speak of who he was, only to find herself in an abusive environment from which she had no chance of escaping. If not for Berenger, she likely would still be living in that tiny hovel, eating from scraps, and wearing old, worn-out clothing passed down from another family member. After simmering for a few moments, Siv calmed herself down and began to question what her mother had done the night before. Yesterday, when you told me that you would be visiting Valhalla, I never expected that you would bring a man home, much less get married in my absence. You've known this man for what, 3 days? 4? I just can't fathom why you would do such a thing. Brynhildr did not feel like explaining herself to her daughter. Even though she didn't know the specific details regarding how her fate was tied to Berenger, she had felt the connection in the depths of her soul from the moment she first came into contact with him. 4 days were more than enough for her to fall in love, especially after witnessing the lengths he was willing to go to just to prove himself worthy of a declining pantheon of long-forgotten deities. Brynhildr simply responded to her daughter's questions with a vague comment while dressing herself in front of Berenger and Siv, who were watching the woman with multiple questions in their minds. You just need to know that he and I were fated to be together. Let's leave it at that. Now, who wants breakfast? Without waiting for a response, the woman ran off to the kitchen area of the longhouse, where Siv quickly followed, unleashing a torrent of questions which her mother refused to answer. As for Berenger, he dressed and sat down at the table, waiting for his breakfast. His mind was filled with thoughts about how he would handle his relationship with Brynhildr. According to German law, Brynhildr is not my wife, and I only have 1 slot left, which should be reserved for an important political marriage. However, our relationship is surely not as shallow as the ones I have with Plexicli, Angrani, Priya, and Corrigan. This means she will probably fall on the same level as Henrietta, my wife, in everything but name. Berenger quickly deduced where Brynhildr would fit into his harem's hierarchy. The only question he was unsure of was how his wives and lovers would react to him bringing another woman into their home. Brynhildr could tell there was a bit of unease in Berenger's mind regarding their recent union. So when she set his food on the table, she climbed into his lap and whispered in his ear, I know you have many beautiful women by your side. If my daughter and I are a burden to you, we can remain here in Iceland. Your wives will never have to know about us. All I ask is that you visit us a few times a year. I promise to do everything I can during your visits to make you happy. What do you think? Berenger gazed upon the mature beauty with a hint of shock in his mismatched eyes. He could tell by the expression on Brynhildr's gorgeous face that she did not want to leave the village and had similar thoughts about their relationship. This left him smiling as he nodded in agreement, releasing her from any worries about being dragged away from her home. I think that's a wonderful idea. I have one question, though. You're immortal, right? So, when I finally perish from this world, will you be able to join me in the afterlife? This comment caused the woman to giggle as she nodded before responding. I'm a Valkyrie. It's my job to ferry the souls of the valiant dead into Valhalla. You should know that I have the means to traverse the various planes of existence. I will have no trouble getting into whatever slice of heaven Odin prepares for you and your family. When you and my children finally pass from this world, I will have nothing left to bind me here. Naturally, I will come to live with you then. However, I have a question for you as well. How will you explain my existence to your many lovers when I suddenly appear in your afterlife claiming to be your wife? Berenger could only imagine the fury Linda would have if he kept Brynhildr's existence a secret from her. Linda knew everything about her man, and secrets were strictly taboo in their relationship. If Linda were to find out about Berenger's little dalliance in Iceland after her death, she was likely never to forgive him. An eternity with a furious Linda was the worst hell Berenger could imagine. This caused a shiver to go down the man's spine as he gazed up at his newest wife and immediately decided he would inform his other wives of her existence the moment he returned home. Upon seeing the newfound resolve in the mismatched eyes of her husband, Brynhildr smiled before asking another question that plagued her mind. Now that you have passed your trials and learned the reason behind your existence, what do you plan to do? There was not the slightest bit of hesitation in Berenger's voice as he wrapped his arms around his bride and told her the words she wanted to hear most. I will bring Eric to justice for the crimes he has committed against you and your daughter. Then, I will establish Iceland as a protectorate under my dominion. I will reside here for some time, ensuring the revival of the Germanic faith is a smooth process. Only after I have set Iceland upon this path will I return home and put an end to my rivals in the east. But first, I think I need to give you a son. The Valkyrie's cheeks flushed red when she heard this shameless remark. As for Siv, she was in the middle of eating when she heard Berenger's words. The teenage girl nearly choked on her eggs when she learned she would be getting a little brother soon. Her mother's response was even more shocking. I don't doubt your ability. After all, Freya long ago blessed you with the ability to conceive a son as your firstborn child with any woman you share your bed with. In fact, I look forward to experiencing this gift myself. Siv could only respond in disgust as she stood up from her seat and took her meal outside, no longer willing to gaze upon her mother and her shameful behavior. With his trials completed, Berenger intended to do exactly as he said he would. Thus, in the coming days, Eric's slave empire was about to crumble. By the time Berenger returned to the mortal world from his visit to Valhalla, Linda was already aware of Eric's sins. When Captain Weiss said he was going to inform Imperial intelligence about the conspiracy his men had accidentally uncovered, he did not hesitate. Within minutes, the information found its way to the desk of the red-headed beauty, where she began to cast a wide web to entangle the conspirators. Whatever agents Germany had embedded in the Kalmar Union were given a new priority: infiltrate the human trafficking ring and identify the conspirators. Within 4 days, the agents of German Imperial Intelligence had successfully found leads and began working their case. All that was left for Linda was to sit back and watch as her agents tore apart a syndicate of criminals spanning Northern Europe. Thus, Linda was rather bored as she waited for news of her agents' activities. She was sitting in the bar within Kufstein Palace, sipping a cocktail while discussing familial matters with Honoria. So, how has retirement been for you? Honoria rolled her eyes as she drank from her own cocktail. She had recently retired from the pirate's life and dedicated herself to raising her children. Though the kids were initially resistant, they had come around, and she was quick to express this. Raising the kids isn't as exciting as raiding ships or hunting natives, but it has its own merits. The one thing I will say is that Heraclius chicks have grown up, and it's a bit difficult getting the kids to look after them. A smile emerged on Linda's pretty face as she nodded in agreement. Since Honoria first arrived in Kufstein, she had had that abnormally intelligent pet eagle by her side. Heraclius had built his own nest on the palace grounds and raised his chicks to be the pets of Honoria's offspring. However, after learning about the gods and their familiars, both Linda and Honoria began to suspect the eagle's lineage. Linda was quick to ask about it. Have you ever wondered if Heraclius is the descendant of some deity's familiar? After spending enough time around Genseric and his cubs, I can say with certainty that they are a cut above the normal members of their species. They are so friendly to humans that Berenger has even taken them out of the zoo and allowed them to live in our gardens. The leopard gardens of Haus von Kufstein, saying it aloud is funny. Still, having a bunch of big cats running around as if they were domesticated does give our house some form of prestige. Honoria nodded her head in agreement as she took another sip from her cocktail. She thought about Linda's question for some time before responding. Looking back on my life, I am almost entirely certain that Heraclius is, at the very least, descended from some deity's familiar. Though who, I have no idea. The bird is way too smart for his own good. Even his offspring are, as you said, a cut above the rest of their species. This makes them the best pets for my kids. If only the little brats would look after them properly. A slight giggle escaped Linda's lips when she heard Honoria's last remark. She couldn't help but express her true thoughts regarding the woman's frustrations. I'm glad your kids have forgiven you for your adventurous past. The life of a mother may not be as glamorous as that of a pirate, but it has its own rewards. Speaking of which, When Berenger finally returns home, why don't you convince him to give you another? It's about time, and I don't need to be rude, but the concubines are catching up to you. In fact, out of all Berenger's women, only you and I are currently not pregnant. Well, excluding Corrigan, but she hasn't really embraced her role in the harem yet. You just know our man is out there finding a new lover in Iceland. I wouldn't be surprised if he's in the arms of some blonde-haired bimbo right now. You've got to step up your game while you're still young and fertile. At first, Anuria was taken aback by Linda's comments, but when she thought about her husband taming some unknown beauty from the far north, she couldn't help but bite her lip in jealousy. Linda quickly noticed this reaction. Rather than discuss her own lack of procreation compared to Berenger's other women, Anuria went on the offensive and questioned Linda's commitment. What about you? Don't you want another child? Contrary to Anuria's expectations, Linda had a look of contentment on her face as she shook her head and denied the desire to have another child. I already have 5 of the little ones running around. You may not know this, but Adela and I have both agreed to stop at 5 kids. It's a way to preserve the peace between us. I suggest you do the same. After all, 5 is a pretty good number, don't you think? Anuria pondered the idea for several seconds. She already had 3 kids, but even she felt it wasn't enough. After all, she was competing for Berenger's affection like every other woman in his harem. What was the greatest indicator of the man's love? It was the number of children he sired with each of his wives. After some thought, Anuria agreed with Linda's suggestion and nodded, then shared her thoughts. I have no doubt Berenger will bring another woman home, most likely one half his age. That just means I'll have another competitor to worry about. I'm getting older, and I fear my time is limited. Somehow, Yes managed to get pregnant despite being in her late 30s. However, we all know this child will be her last. So maybe it's time to try again. I'll just have to steal Berenger's attention from whatever young piece of ass he brings back from Iceland. Linda was about to respond when a subordinate entered the room. Though she wanted to continue the discussion with her friend, matters of state were of higher priority. She sighed, finished her drink, tapped Anuria on the shoulder, and bid her farewell. Sorry, Anuria, but work calls. We are in the middle of a very important investigation. I wish you the best, and make sure to give my love to your children. I'll see you later. The red-headed beauty walked away, leaving Anuria alone. The Byzantine princess could only gaze at her friend with envy, knowing their husband loved her most of all. Once Linda had left, she quickly inquired about the reason for the interruption. What do you have for me? The agent handed her a dossier containing all the information they had gathered in the field regarding high-ranking members of the human trafficking ring. It's worse than we initially thought. Though they have gone underground in fear of persecution, Catholic priests and their most ardent supporters have been enslaving women and children from Iceland and selling them throughout Northern Europe. These conspirators are using the funds to acquire weapons from corrupt officials in the Danish army, weapons we sold them. They intend to overthrow Alvar's government and establish a Catholic theocracy within the borders of the Kalmar Union. It appears that Alvar hasn't been as thorough in eradicating Catholicism as he claimed. Whether this is a deliberate act on his part or simple incompetence remains to be verified. However, our agents are working to uncover any ties that might exist between these conspirators and the Nordic royal families. Give us 2 weeks, and we should have the identities and locations of everyone involved in this human trafficking ring, as well as those responsible for selling arms to the conspirators. With this update, Linda could rest easy, knowing that soon they would be able to put a stop to this evil. Like Berenger, she had a strong sense of justice, especially when it came to the abuse of women and children, perhaps even more so than the Kaiser himself. Thus, she was determined to destroy the lives of those responsible for such wicked acts. Good. Continue as planned. I want to know just how far this conspiracy goes. Use whatever methods you deem necessary to uncover the truth. The agent quickly nodded in agreement and went back to headquarters, where she would relay Linda's orders to the appropriate departments. As for Linda, she was no longer in the mood to drink with Anuria and instead returned to her office, where she oversaw other important state matters. In the dead of night, a storm gathered above the city of Stockholm, blanketing its streets with a torrent of snow and ice. In these white streets, a middle-aged man with a blood-soaked tunic ran through an alleyway, pressing one hand to his open wound. However, this pressure was not enough to stop the bleeding, and a sanguine trail followed behind him, marking his every move. Despite the wound in his gut, he did not stop for a single moment's rest, for the sound of snow crunching beneath someone's boots echoed through the alley, closing in on him with each passing second. Like a bat out of hell, the man ran for the nearest safe house. Upon turning the corner, he found his destination. At the end of the alleyway was a small building, and he frantically knocked on the door, calling out to whoever was on the other side. "Olaf, open the fucking door. It's me, Anders. Hurry, someone's after me." The door opened in the next second. However, when Anders gazed upon who stood behind it, he fell onto his ass in the frozen streets, a look of horror on his face. It was not Olaf who awaited him in the safe house, but a stranger holding a bloody knife in his hands. It immediately dawned on Anders that Olaf was dead, and he was next. Before he could cry out for help, the man behind the door lunged forward and cut his throat. Anders bled to death in the streets of Stockholm while his killer cleaned up the scene, leaving behind not even a hair of evidence for the authorities to find. Contrary to what one might believe, this violent scene was not the least bit uncommon, at least not for the last 2 weeks. Thousands of men had died in this brief window of time. Some were petty criminals, while others were high-ranking members of the Danish army. However, the most peculiar were the deaths of the Swedish royal family, who were covertly assassinated in a single night by an unknown force. For the people of the Kalmar Union, it was as if the apocalypse had begun. Bodies piled up on the streets, and the scene was terrifying. Naturally, the entity responsible for these deaths was none other than the German Imperial Intelligence. In Berenger's absence, they had identified and eliminated every member of the Catholic conspiracy to overthrow King Alvar and his reformist government. Currently, King Alvar was sitting alone in a room with Linda. His fat face bore a stern expression as he demanded answers to this encroachment on his sovereignty. "Who gives you the right to commit these heinous acts on my sovereign soil? You have gone too far. Thousands of men lie dead, and in just 2 weeks' time. The people are asking questions, and only now am I finding out the answers. You say there was a conspiracy that sold women and children as sex slaves across my realm, and whose profits were used to fund a Catholic uprising. What evidence do you have for these wild claims? The Swedish royal family has been murdered, leaving only a few small children alive. Do you have any idea what this means for the stability of my realm? It will ignite a full-scale war between Denmark and Norway, each vying for the upper hand. This is utter madness." Despite King Alvar's harsh tone, Linda remained completely calm, her flawless face betraying no emotion. She continued to sip her tea as if the information did not trouble her in the slightest. Only after finishing her cup did she pull out a document and hand it to King Alvar. The folder was filled with photographs, written testimonies, and nearly every form of incriminating evidence imaginable. This was just the dirt that Linda had on the Swedish royal family and their involvement in the conspiracy. Alvar read through the folder and could not come up with a single word in response, which Linda took advantage of to insult him. "Is that enough to convince you? Or do you want to read through the literal pallets of boxes that contain the evidence we have collected on this case thus far? Under your reign, anywhere between 2,000 and 3,000 children from Iceland have been sold into slavery. This does not include the number of adult women who have also been trafficked across the borders of your empire. My husband has allowed you to rule over your Nordic states without interference because he believed you were capable of doing so. However, all you have managed to do is feast while a civil war has been brewing within your realm, without you being the slightest bit aware. Do you have any idea how outraged my husband will be when he finds out about all of this? He is currently gearing up to fight a war with a near peer on the other side of the globe, and his ally, which sits on his northern border, is on the verge of complete and total collapse. Incompetent would be too kind a word to describe your rule as High King. So, here's what's going to happen. You are going to cede Iceland to the Reich as payment for the monumental expenses and labor that went into uncovering and eliminating this conspiracy. Then, you are going to take your daughter and go home to get your house in order. Ingrid is no longer welcome here, nor is she worthy of my son. You can consider the engagement between the two of them to be officially null and void. However, good luck finding her another fiancé, as my son has already taken her purity. It was bad enough to have to cede Iceland to the Reich, but when Alvar heard about the scandal between his daughter and the German prince, he could no longer contain his rage and quickly raised his voice. He what? Impossible, your boy is only 13. You're telling me that my Ingrid has slept with the little prick already? I don't believe you. Despite having her precious baby boy insulted in front of her, Linda did not frown. Instead, she wore a sadistic smile as she added salt to the wound that had appeared in Alvar's heart. Hans is a charming young boy, and he is at that age. Is it really that hard to believe? In truth, it was easy for my son to convince your daughter, that slut, to spread her legs for him. While Ingrid is not worthy of being his wife, I must admit she has been excellent practice for the boy. It's a shame she has to leave so soon. I can only imagine the incessant whining Hans will make without his plaything around to entertain him. Linda had been looking forward to this moment for years. She could not stand Ingrid and had been patiently waiting for her son to take the woman's chastity so she could kick her to the curb. It was only recently that she discovered what Hans was doing with Ingrid in private. Perhaps the boy could only tolerate such a woman if he was sleeping with her. Whatever the reason behind his actions, it came as a great surprise to Linda when she learned that her eldest son was already sexually active. She could only sigh and accept that Hans was indeed his father's son. As for Alvar, he was practically boiling with rage and demanded that Hans take responsibility for his actions. If what you say is true, and they have already slept together, then your boy must take responsibility for his actions and marry my daughter. After learning of such a scandal, there is no way I will let you weasel your way out of this engagement. Despite the man's harsh tone, Linda remained as calm as ever. Her sky-blue eyes oozed malicious intent as she made her next threat, one Alvar could not ignore. You are aware of the Reich's punishment for child molestation, right? Your daughter is an adult, one who took advantage of my teenage son and had her way with him. If you refuse to nullify this engagement, I could easily have her sterilized and sent to a labor camp for the rest of her life. Would you prefer such an alternative? Alvar was at a complete loss for words. Regardless of whether this scandal was true or not, he knew that Linda most definitely had the means to fabricate sufficient evidence against his daughter. It was clear as day that the red-headed beauty sitting across from him hated Ingrid with every fiber of her being and would stop at nothing to break this betrothal. After grinding his teeth in a fit of rage for nearly a minute, Alvar finally took a deep breath to calm himself before making a move, one that Linda was already expecting. Bring my daughter here. I want to speak with her. A satisfied smile appeared on Linda's face as she called out to a nearby servant, who was quick to fetch the Danish princess. Ingrid arrived in the room with a wide smile on her face. She was in a particularly good mood after recent events. From Ingrid's perspective, she had made a bold move, taking a head start on the teenage boy's developing sexuality, securing Hans for herself before he could become involved with any of his other fiancés. She believed this would help convince him to adhere to a monogamous lifestyle, with her as his only wife. However, when Ingrid saw her father sitting across from Linda with a furious expression, she froze, barely managing to ask, Daddy, what's wrong? Alvar immediately rose to his feet, his belly jiggling slightly with the shift in gravity. He walked over to his daughter, grabbed her shoulder with a tight grip, and stared into her eyes, bluntly asking, Tell me the truth. Did you sleep with the boy? This question stunned Ingrid to her core. She looked at her father, then at Linda, and realized her actions were not as covert as she thought. Ingrid looked away, no longer able to meet her father's gaze, and stammered, Why, yes. But Before she could finish, her father backhanded her across the face, leaving her stunned. In the next moment, Alvar grabbed Ingrid's wrist and led her away, shouting commands. Get your things. We're going back to Copenhagen. Ingrid tried to protest, but her father cut her off. But Daddy, Alvar simply stared at her with disgust, shook his head, and expressed his thoughts. I'm disappointed in you. After saying this, Alvar quickly helped Ingrid gather her belongings. It was only right before he stepped out of the door to the Kufstein Palace that he gritted his teeth and accepted Linda's terms. Iceland is yours, and you can consider the betrothal between Hans and my daughter annulled. You can laugh all you want, But I promise you this, I won't forget this insult to my house." Despite the man's vague threats, Linda continued to smile as she watched him walk out of her door. She left one last comment before shutting it behind him. "If I were you, I would worry about getting your house in order before challenging others. Just a friendly reminder. The betrothal between Astrid and Christopher still stands, so you should remember your place the next time you come to visit." With this, Iceland officially fell under the Reich's direct control. Hans and Ingrid's betrothal was broken, and the relations between the Kalmar Union and the German Empire had temporarily soured. Meanwhile, Berenger was on a brief honeymoon with his newest wife. Nearly 2 weeks passed, and all Berenger managed to do during this time was foster relations with the secluded Viking village and make love to Brynhildr. With the Kaiser's increased stamina and the Valkyrie's supernatural endurance, the duo bred like rabbits all day, every day, forcing Saivi to leave the house during daylight hours. Saivi spent her time walking around the village and getting to know the German Marines who were on standby. She listened to their tales about the Reich and all its wonders with wide eyes, wondering what life would be like in such a different world from the one she lived in. The German Marines helped out the village in every way they could, but in truth, there was not much that needed to be done. The land the clan inhabited was secluded from the outside world and was practically a paradise in its own right. Food was plentiful, pestilence was non-existent, and war was a world away. Thus, these Marines were more than happy to interact with the villagers and tell them about the lands they had come from and the battles they had fought. As much as Berenger wanted to stay in the loving arms of his newest bride, he knew he had to get back to the Reich. After a 2-week-long honeymoon, the time had come. Thus, on the morning of New Year's Eve, Berenger climbed out of Brynhildr's loving embrace, stroked her wavy platinum blonde hair, and bid the woman farewell. "I must admit, part of me doesn't want to go. This has been the best 2 weeks of my recent memory. However, I have an empire to run and a war to wage. Before I leave Iceland, I promise I will deal with Eric personally. That bastard will pay with his life for what he has done to you and your daughter." A bitter smile formed on the mature beauty's face as she nodded in silence. She didn't want Berenger to leave so soon after they had become a couple, but she knew what fate had in store for him, and she would never wish to be an obstacle in his path to glory. However, she wouldn't let him leave without sharing her final thoughts. "I want you to know that my home is your home. Whenever you feel the desire, you can return to this little slice of paradise and spend the weekend with me and Siv. Though the girl might protest our union, she still wanted to go with you back to the Reich. However, I didn't allow it. Maybe when she's older, she can explore the world and all it has to offer, but for now, she belongs under my protection." Though Brynhildr had said this, she honestly thought it was nothing more than an ill-fated desire. After all, the journey from Austria to Iceland was a long one, taking several weeks by sea. She never imagined that Berenger had the ability to traverse such a vast distance in just 5 hours. Thus, it came as a surprise when he kissed her on the lips and made a solemn pledge. "I promise that once a month, I will come to visit the two of you for a weekend away from all my worries. After all, it's only a 5-hour flight from here to my home. So don't look so sad. You will be seeing plenty of me from here on out. Now, I better get going. If I dare to stay a second longer, I fear I might never leave your side. Not that there's anything wrong with that." With that, the couple kissed once more before Berenger rose from the bed and dressed in his military uniform. He stepped outside and noticed Siv waiting for him. The girl had a flushed expression on her cute face as she leaned forward, kissed Berenger on the cheek, and said her farewells. "Goodbye, father." After saying that, she rushed inside, shutting the door behind her, unable to look him in the eyes. Berenger touched his wet cheek and sighed, then gathered his Marines. "All right, men, we've been here long enough. We're returning to Reykjavik, where I have some personal matters to attend to before we set sail for the fatherland." Roars of excitement filled the air as the men were just happy to finally leave this secluded village behind. While the locals were polite, there was little for the men to do here, and they had been bored and envious of their Kaiser, who spent almost the entire time making love to a beautiful woman. With the roar of truck engines, Berenger climbed into a vehicle and joined the convoy departing from the secluded village in style. He looked in the rearview mirror, seeing Brynhildr and Siv waving goodbye, and continued to watch them until they were out of sight. Then, he focused on the long journey ahead. After a few hours, he arrived on the outskirts of Reykjavik, where the massive battleship was visible from kilometers away. Berenger quickly got on the radio and informed the Marines of his plans. Converge on the castle. I think it's about time this island came under new management. After spending the last 2 weeks in idleness, the company of Marines was filled with excitement at the prospect of finally doing some damage. The drivers shifted their trucks into full gear and sped toward their destination, where they surrounded the castle's exterior with their vehicles. The vehicles in Berenger's convoy came in many forms. Some were supply trucks, while others were technicals. The 4x4 pickup trucks had a variety of weapons mounted in their beds, ranging from 2 cm flak cannons to 75 mm recoilless rifles, and even Nebelwerfers, which were essentially multi-rocket launchers. These trucks were designed to be fast, reliable, and capable of engaging a multitude of threats, such as infantry, light armor, and fortifications. It came as no surprise when one of the 75 mm recoilless rifles tore through the timber gates as if they were made of wet tissue paper. A substantial explosion occurred, and the wooden gates were blasted into smithereens. Before the castle's guards even had time to react, the German Marines vaulted out of their trucks and began to open fire on the garrison. Berenger simply sat back in his truck with the windows rolled down, smoking a cigarette and waiting for his highly trained Marines to eliminate the medieval threat. Gunshots rang through the air, and the screams of men, women, and children alike echoed in the vicinity. After no more than 5 minutes of combat, things became quiet, too quiet. Just as Berenger was about to exit his vehicle to investigate the scene, he witnessed his Marines dragging Eric out of his castle and into the courtyard, where they forced him to kneel in the blood-stained snow. Upon seeing this, Berenger exited his vehicle, took a long drag from his cigarette, and approached his newest prisoner. Eric couldn't help but curse Berenger for his treachery with a vile tongue. "You fucking two-faced bastard. You said you'd leave me alone if I gave you the girl. What is the meaning of this? When King Alvar hears about how you've treated me, I will have your head." Berenger could only scoff at Eric's delusional mind. He pulled the cigarette out of his mouth and pressed it into Eric's right eye. The miserable man screamed in agony as the burning sensation blinded him. However, before he could lash out in anger, Berenger pulled out his sidearm and pointed it at Eric's forehead. A single phrase escaped his lips before he pulled the trigger. "Brynhild sends her regards." Horror filled Eric's face, and just as he was about to defend his actions, a loud bang echoed through the air. In the next moment, Eric's corpse fell to the floor, his brains splattered over the snow. Berenger's face remained stoic as he gazed upon the scene of his deed, as if he had done nothing more than take out the trash. Though the Marines didn't know why they were assaulting the castle, they honestly didn't care. Orders were orders, and if the Kaiser wanted Eric dead, the man must have done something horribly wrong. Thus, they did not give it a second thought and waited for Berenger to issue his commands, which he did promptly. "Scour the castle, and free any prisoners you might come across. As for Eric's family, leave them be. There's no reason to cause any further bloodshed." With Eric's death, Iceland would end up under new management as a protectorate of the Reich, where Berenger would work tirelessly to restore the ancient Germanic faith as the primary religion of the island. After setting up a provisional government in Reykjavik, Berenger and his soldiers soon departed for the lands of the Reich. In the coming days, a new influx of German soldiers and government officials would arrive in Iceland, where they would begin reconstructing the island into a semi-modern state. Officially, Iceland had been ceded to the Reich as a colony by King Alvar during his negotiations with Linda. However, Berenger was unaware of this and thus made his own plans. Berenger recognized that Iceland had its own unique culture, and he wanted it to remain this way. Therefore, after investing heavily in the island's reconstruction, Berenger intended to grant Iceland its independence as a kingdom under the Reich's protection. Naturally, the son that would eventually be born to Brynhild himself would become Iceland's king. Other plans for the island included leasing some land for a German naval and air base, as well as establishing the land as a foothold for the resurrection of the Germanic faith. Berenger wanted to fully convert the local population within the next 100 years, an act which would grant the Germanic pantheon a considerable boost in power. Speaking of a considerable boost of power, though Berenger had not mated with a goddess and instead chosen a Valkyrie as his bride, the offspring of their union would be close enough to a demigod that Odin's plans regarding such a being would still come to fruition. Especially when said demigod would eventually become king of Iceland. As for Siv, she was a mortal being because she was conceived while Brynhilder's divine essence was stolen by NHGGR. Though the woman eventually regained her status as a Valkyrie and all the powers that came with it, this occurred long after her daughter was born. The same could not be said for the son she bore in her womb at this very moment. Berenger stood aboard the SMS Linda as it sailed away from the coast of Iceland. For a while, the Kaiser gazed upon the island as it slowly disappeared from his sight, thinking about what he was leaving behind. Though he had promised to visit Brynhilder once a month for a weekend getaway, a part of him felt like it was a mere consolation prize for a woman who owed him his entire existence. If not for her, he would never have been reincarnated into this world and given a second chance at life. In a way, everything Berenger had gained in this world was owed entirely to Brynhilder and the suffering she endured. Words could not express how grateful he was to her, nor how attracted he was to her. Even now, a part of his heart felt empty, despite knowing that he would return to the loving arms of the woman he recognized as his soulmate. With this in mind, Berenger felt he needed a distraction. Thus, he went to the battleship's gym, where he immediately found a weight rack. If there was one thing the Kaiser was unsure of, it was just how strong he had become after his physical rebirth. After observing the weight rack for some time, Berenger decided to test his limits and piled all the weights in the gym onto the barbell, for a total of 500 kilograms. He then began to deadlift the weight as if it were nothing. During his deadlifts, a Marine entered the gym and noticed the Kaiser's incredible feat of strength. The man dropped his protein shake in shock, witnessing what could only be described as a miracle. Berenger barely broke a sweat as he completed 5 sets before heaving a heavy sigh in defeat and voicing his thoughts. It looks like I will have to wait until I get back home to truly test my limits. Only then did he notice the Marine staring at him in awe, as if he were superhuman. Surprised, Berenger placed a finger to his lips in a shushing gesture. The Marine nodded silently and slowly backed out of the weight room. Realizing his body was at the peak of human ability, Berenger felt he needed to update his personal gym to accommodate his increased strength, endurance, agility, and stamina. He spent the rest of the day reflecting on how to make these changes. Night fell before Berenger realized it, and he prepared for an important broadcast. On board the SMS Linda, a film crew gathered to record the Kaiser's speech for the fatherland. It was almost the new year, and Germany had accomplished much in 1431. Berenger wanted to take a moment to congratulate the German people and inform them of the challenges ahead. After going through makeup, he stood at the ship's bow as it passed an iceberg. The full moon illuminated the night sky, casting a perfect light on Berenger's handsome appearance. With a microphone in one hand, the Kaiser began his speech. Happy New Year, citizens of the Reich. If you don't mind listening, I wanted to take a few minutes to speak about our accomplishments over the past year and the future I envision for our people. What a year it has been for Germany. Where should I even begin? I suppose I should start with the field of medicine. Thanks to the efforts of many scientists, a multitude of medicines and vaccines have been developed to help treat, and potentially even eliminate, common diseases that have plagued humanity since the dawn of our species. Smallpox has been eradicated among the German population, along with polio and measles. Many more illnesses will follow in the coming years. Dangerous diseases from beyond our borders, such as malaria, are now preventable, allowing our brave colonists to expand into lands previously thought impossible. The child mortality rate is now at an all-time low, as is the rate of women dying in labor. Because of this, we are able to have large and healthy families, something that was inconceivable for the average family just a decade ago. As a result, our population is rapidly growing. This brings me to the economy. I am happy to announce that poverty no longer exists within the fatherland. Even the poorest of our citizens can now live without fear of affording food, shelter, medicine, or any other basic necessities. Unemployment is virtually non-existent within the Reich, and the average wage of a German worker is enough to make the nobles of the rest of the world seethe with envy. Inflation is kept at a healthy 2% thanks to the competence of our Treasury Department, and our goods have become sought-after commodities across the globe. With ample investments in public education, even the highest levels of academia are free for our students to pursue. Literacy rates are at an all-time high, and the average intelligence of the German population is the highest in the world. Our universities have become the envy of the world, where even professors from other nations struggle to comprehend our material. This has led to an increase in scientific achievements across all fields, something that is evident in everyday life. The fact that most households can now witness this broadcast on their own televisions is proof of the rapid increase in technology. For those who still have to listen to my words over the radio, do not fret. With new innovations, television sets will become more common and affordable within the next few years. As for the infrastructure of our great nation, new railways are opened each year, connecting every town and city within the fatherland. Plumbing, waste management, and water treatment are nearly universal. Electricity is becoming more common across the Reich, with nearly every major city already connected to the national power grid. Our roads and bridges are kept in constant repair, and public transportation is becoming widely available throughout cities. Our harbors are the largest in the world, capable of accommodating a constant flow of goods throughout our vast empire. I am proud to say that the city of Trieste has become the primary trading hub of the Mediterranean and the Western world. As great as this year has been for our people, I will end my speech with a warning. Our current peace and prosperity are under threat, as conflict with Japan seems increasingly likely. They refuse to change their warmongering ways, and it is my fear that very soon, diplomacy will no longer be an option. Tonight, celebrate and welcome the arrival of a new year, but tomorrow, we must return to our quiet preparations for the war that will be fought in the East. Thank you all for your time, and have a wonderful night. God with us. After saying this, the cameras cut, and the production crew congratulated Berenger on his speech. An excellent speech, my Kaiser. Our people have a lot to celebrate this year. Berenger remained silent, then pulled out a cigarette. After lighting it, he took a heavy drag while gazing toward the east, where the only remaining threat to his empire existed. Seeing he wasn't in the mood to talk, the film crew bowed with respect and departed, leaving the Kaiser alone with his thoughts. When Berenger returned to Kufstein, he immediately found himself in the arms of his loving wife, Linda. The woman had a wide smile on her face when she saw her man return from his journey. However, her smile quickly faltered when she noticed something peculiar. The scar over Berenger's right eye was slightly different from how it had been for years. Normally, one would not be able to notice such a minor change, even under the highest scrutiny. Yet Linda knew her man's body and mind better than anyone. The slightest shift in his appearance was immediately noticeable. Thus, she frowned when she realized the small detail, catching Berenger off guard. "What is it?" Linda pouted and turned away, no longer willing to look at her man, fearing he had done something foolish. "Your scar is different. Were you ever going to tell me what happened?" Berenger couldn't believe his ears. He had just entered his home and was greeted by his wife's loving embrace, and in the very next moment, she had already noticed something major. One thing was certain, Linda's deductive skills were top-notch, for even he himself had not noticed the small difference in his scar's appearance. With a bitter smile, Berenger gently pulled his wife into his arms and petted her strawberry blonde hair, trying to soothe her anger. "Come with me to my office, and I will tell you everything that happened during my absence. I assure you, it is a tale you will find interesting." With a heavy sigh, the red-headed beauty acquiesced to her husband's request and followed him into his study, where they had a long discussion about what Berenger had been up to in his absence. After hearing everything, Linda was completely stunned into silence for several moments. She had to carefully consider what she wanted to ask first. "A Valkyrie? You married a Valkyrie? One who was, in a way, responsible for bringing you into this world?" Berenger found it slightly amusing that this was the first thing she asked about. He smiled mischievously and nodded, insisting that the marriage was not something she needed to worry about. "Although our union was blessed by the god Odin himself, it has no legal bearing in the Reich. So, I think I will marry my fifth lawful wife for political purposes, as I had planned in the past. You don't need to worry about Brynhilde. She's content staying hidden away in Iceland, waiting for my eventual return." Linda bit her lip in frustration over the idea that her husband was connected to another woman via the weave of fate. If there was one thing she always prided herself on, it was being the most important woman in Berenger's life. However, Brynhildra's existence created a conflict in the red-headed beauty's mind. The only consolation was that Berenger had secured a place for their family in a special afterlife all to themselves. Berenger noticed the frustration on Linda's delicate features and quickly wrapped his arms around her waist, kissing her neck from behind while whispering soothing words into her ears. Though Brynhildr and I are connected by fate, you will always be my one and only soulmate. Only after hearing these words did Linda's heart find some semblance of peace. After taking a deep breath to calm her nerves, which felt like they were on fire, Linda turned around and spoke of what had transpired during his absence. She spoke at length about uncovering and neutralizing the conspiracy, as well as Alvar's response to it. When Berenger heard how the man had treated his wife so rudely and insulted his son, a deep sense of rage overcame him, which he quickly voiced. That fat bastard. He dares to cause such trouble while I am away? Very well, if that's how he wants to behave, I have no choice but to temporarily close our borders and halt all trade with the Kalmar Union. Let's see how long he can act defiantly before he realizes how much his petty realm relies on my support. Soon, Alvar will come crawling back to me on his knees, begging to be my dog once more. Linda's flawless face showed a satisfied expression as she heard the lengths Berenger was willing to go to protect her and her son's dignity. She could only nod in agreement as he continued to vent his frustrations. After cursing aloud for a few moments, Berenger took a deep breath and sighed heavily before locking eyes with his wife. There was a look of passion on his handsome face as he complimented Linda for her efforts. You eliminated a threat to our borders and secured Iceland for our empire while I was away. I am so proud of you. Come here, love, it has been too long since you were absent from my arms. A sultry expression formed on Linda's lips. She had noticed from the moment Berenger returned that he had only become more handsome in his absence. After hearing about his body's transformation in the magical pool, she wanted nothing more than to test the limits of his newfound stamina. Since she first gazed upon his new appearance, Linda could not wait to be with her man, yet she restrained herself to catch up. Now that there was nothing left to discuss, she could no longer hold back and immediately threw herself into his arms. They made love for the next 3 hours until Linda's body could no longer take the intensity. By the time the couple emerged from the Kaiser's study, it was already dinner time, and Berenger was ready for a nice meal. As he was finishing getting dressed, Linda voiced a concern. I can't believe you had to fight Lambert again, and he even left such deep scars. Not that I have any complaints, your body looks more masculine with these marks of your victories. Just promise me you won't get into another fight anytime soon. Berenger chuckled at his wife's remarks and kissed her passionately on the lips. He was ready for another round, but it seemed Linda could no longer match his newfound vigor. On the bright side, he would no longer feel drained pleasuring his many wives and concubines. Thus, Berenger and Linda concluded their time together and left the study to visit the dining hall, where Berenger's wives and children were gathered. What was immediately noticeable was Hans sitting at the table. Berenger had not seen his eldest son in some time, and the boy seemed to be growing bigger with each passing day. His fiancées, who were fawning over him, surrounded Hans much like Berenger's wives did to him. Veronica and Noemi were fully grown women and quite beautiful. While Natalia was roughly the same age as the boy and was developing into a fine young woman, Berenger and Linda entered the room. Everyone jumped up from their seats and greeted them. Hans specifically walked toward his father and saluted the man, and Berenger responded by hugging the boy and ruffling his hair. He then whispered something into Hans' ear that surprised him. I'm going to need some details later, but I'll leave it be for now, Berenger said. Naturally, Hans knew his father was referring to how his relationship with Ingrid had progressed to a point of physical intimacy. He blushed and looked away as he struggled out of his father's grip. Berenger let his eldest son go before taking his place at the head of the table, where he was greeted by his 4 wives and his younger sister, all of whom welcomed him home with a kiss. He then shared a meal with his family and spoke with each member about what they had been up to in his absence. It was only later that night that Berenger was able to fully demonstrate his newfound stamina in the bedroom, taking all his women into his bed for the first time in a long time. He finally fell asleep at 2 in the morning, fully satisfied, and awoke 4 hours later with the dawn, fully refreshed. From that day onward, Berenger would work hard to prepare for the upcoming war with the Japanese Empire. Berenger sat in his study with only his eldest son for company. An awkward atmosphere lingered as they remained silent, too afraid to broach the subject that needed to be discussed. After drinking nearly 3 beers, Berenger finally decided he could no longer avoid the question and swiftly inquired about it. "How long?" A shiver ran down Hans' spine at the sound of his father's harsh tone. Naturally, he felt as if he were in the most trouble of his life and looked away as he gave an honest answer. "About a year." Berenger silently nodded, his glare piercing through his son's heart and freezing him in place. After a few more moments of awkward silence, he asked the next question on his mind. "What about the others?" Unable to endure his father's icy gaze, Hans quickly revealed everything that had transpired between himself and his fiancées. "Only Anne. In fact, she was my first. On my 13th birthday, she gifted herself to me on the condition that I marry her when I come of age. We've been seeing each other ever since. As for Ingrid, she approached me about 3 months ago, thinking she could win me over by giving herself to me. Ingrid may be a monumental bitch, but she is a great beauty, and when presented with such an opportunity, I didn't have the strength to reject her. I would have never thought that mother would kick her out at the first opportunity." Berenger sighed heavily at this. At least Hans hadn't slept with all of his fiancées. Still, this created some diplomatic issues, not only with the Kalmar Union but also with the House of Wittelsbach, which ruled over Bavaria. After several moments of contemplation, Berenger responded to his son. "You have put me in a rather uncomfortable situation, but what's done is done. I will get your mother to expose the Prince of Saxony's dirty secrets to the public, so that his engagement to Anne will be annulled. After the fat slob has been arrested and sentenced, I will speak with Dyaker personally about your relationship with his daughter and arrange a marriage between the two of you. As for Ingrid, she is no longer your concern. Just tell me one thing. Did you at least wear a condom with that woman? The last thing I need is for you to have an illegitimate child." Hans scoffed at this question. Though too frightened to meet his father's eyes, he could at least confirm that he wasn't an idiot. "Don't worry, father, that won't be a problem." Upon hearing this, Berenger sighed in relief before giving his son one last warning. "I will give you one warning. If you dare to get any ideas about Veronica, Noemi, or Natalia, I will transfer you to the Corps. Lay a hand on any of them before you come of age, and you can say goodbye to your nice commission and your flight certifications. You will be frontline infantry for the next 8 years. As for Anne, you have already gone past the point of no return with her, so I will look the other way. Just don't get discovered until after I have secured your engagement, you little shit. Now get out of my office. I have a mess to clean up, thanks to you." Hans flinched at his father's fury. The very idea of spending 8 years in a trench on some far-flung corner of the world made his skin crawl. No matter how tempted he might be to take his relationship with his fiancées to the next level, he would never allow himself to do it. Just as the boy was about to step out the door, his father called out to him, stopping Hans in his tracks. "Oh, one last thing. I thought you should know that you will also be marrying the Italian Princess Klaudia Hazelreader. She's a few years younger than you, but she's a bright girl with a good personality and a pure heart. I will arrange a meeting between the two of you within the next few weeks. So be on your best behavior when the day finally arrives." Hans could only sigh as he left the room. Though he did not enjoy being scolded, he felt fortunate that his father and mother were willing to clean up his messes. Shortly after the boy's departure, his mother entered the room with a smirk on her flawless face. She quickly asked her husband how the discussion went. "So? How did it go?" Berenger responded by pulling out 2 beers from his mini fridge, handing one to his wife before answering. "It's not as bad as we expected. The boy has some self-control. He hasn't been intimate with any of his fiancées aside from Ingrid. Though, I won't lie. If I was his age, and had women like Noemi and Veronica throwing themselves at me, I would not be able to resist the temptation. However, there is one matter we need to take care of. Apparently, Ingrid was not his first. That honor goes to In, who gave her purity to the boy when he turned 13 in exchange for a marriage vow. So it would be best for everyone if you take care of that fat Saxon slob once and for all. As for the negotiations with Diaker, you can leave that to me." After hearing this, Linda quickly took a sip of her beer before sharing her thoughts. "To think my little baby boy would cause so much trouble. Oh, Hans, you are just like your father. All right, I'll take care of it. The Saxon prince will be discredited and dragged through the court system for his crimes. I'll make a proper circus of the whole thing. As a result, Diaker will have no choice but to break the betrothal. Then, you can sweep in before any other suitors for his daughter line up and secure an engagement for our boy. I must say, I underestimated and the lengths she would go to just to marry our son." Upon hearing this, Berenger smirked at his wife before posing a question he thought would annoy her. "So, does that mean you like the girl?" Immediately, a scowl appeared on Linda's face. Though she knew her husband was deliberately antagonizing her, she remained silent and drank from her beer. After several moments of awkwardness, she shared her thoughts on the matter. "At the very least, I approve of her determination. With the right guidance, she might be a proper fit for Hans. But enough about our son. I have news regarding Francia." This statement caused Berenger's brow to raise in curiosity. He quickly sat down in his seat, placed his beer down, and gave his wife his full attention. When Linda noticed he was listening, she began to summarize recent events in the West. The Dominion of Francia, as we call it, is currently undergoing a monumental shift. We have established public schools throughout its borders, where German is the only acceptable language. As a result, literacy rates are rising, and the cultural conversion rate has increased by 25% this year alone. Crime has decreased by 82% this past year, thanks to the implementation of proper law enforcement throughout Francia's borders. Brigands, highwaymen, and cutthroats have been nearly eliminated from the countryside, allowing the common people to live relatively peaceful lives. To process these criminals, we have established court systems based on German law. Agricultural yields have nearly tripled due to the introduction of horse-drawn mechanized tools, synthetic fertilizers imported from the Reich, and the four-field system. Francia is estimated to become agriculturally independent within the next 5 to 10 years. With fewer people working in the fields, urbanization has become commonplace, and we have begun investing in proper cities, with a focus on housing, plumbing, waste management, and access to clean water. With our current progress, I estimate that within 25 to 50 years, Francia will be transformed into another German state, which we can then annex as an official province of the Reich. For now, our borders remain secure, and any unlawful attempts to enter German soil are met with swift deportation." Berenger nodded in approval at these results. They were more or less in line with what he had expected. After dealing with this matter, he dismissed his wife, allowing her to return to her work. For the next few months, the Kaiser would have nothing on his table except for war preparations, which he took very seriously. Minna stood in the German embassy in Beijing, waiting for the Japanese empress to arrive. Over the past year, the young woman had endured a rough time. First, she was tasked by Empress Itami Ryo to spy on Kaiser Berenger von Kufstein, but she was quickly discovered and taken to a black site. After intense psychological torture, Minna revealed many of Japan's state secrets to the agents of the Reich. She was then kept in solitary confinement for many months. Her only human interaction during this time came through conversations with her interrogator. Eventually, she learned of her foster family's deaths and, in her depression, agreed to join the ranks of German imperial intelligence to seek vengeance on her former employer, whom she blamed for this tragedy. After several months of intense training in espionage and covert operations, Minna was finally set to return to the Japanese mainland. Her nerves were on edge, as she felt an intense desire to dispatch Itami to the afterlife the moment she was alone with her. The only thing keeping her sane were the words of her lover, Agent Friedrich Ziegler, which resonated in her mind over and over again: "Do your job, and we will ensure your stepmother faces justice." Itami cannot give you what you want, not with German agents protecting the Josian royal family. As Minna calmly waited for Itami's arrival, she suppressed her killing intent by remembering her true enemy, the one who had forced her from her home. If not for that woman, she would be basking in the luxury of the Josian royal court without a care in the world. Finally, the doors to the embassy opened, revealing the albino beauty who was the Japanese empress, along with her royal guard. Gerhard stood by Mina's side, along with his own security detail, and quickly introduced himself to Itami in a voice filled with sarcasm. Empress Itami Ryo, as always, it is my foremost pleasure to see you in the flesh. Some congratulations are in order. After all, I had previously stated that you were never allowed to step foot into this building again, and yet here you are, a guest of the Kaiser. I trust you have brought the agreed-upon amount. There was a hate-filled gaze in Itami's blood-red eyes as she snapped her fingers. The moment she did, her guards brought forth several chests filled with solid gold bars. The men quickly opened the crates to reveal the treasure inside, where Gerhard gazed upon the bounty with avaricious eyes. It took him a moment to calm himself before he ordered one of his own men to weigh the gold. While the German Marines were ensuring that the proper weight of gold was in order, Gerhard made small talk with the Japanese empress. 1,814.369 kilograms of gold is no small amount. Tell me, Empress Itami, were you forced to empty your treasury to pay this ransom? You must care for this girl quite a bit, huh? Are the two of you perhaps romantically involved? I won't judge if you are. It was evident by the look on Itami's flawless face that she was not the slightest bit amused by the German ambassador's words. Instead, she chose to ignore him and interrogated her chemist on the spot. Did they hurt you? Contrary to what Itami was expecting, Mina shook her head and briefly summarized what she had been through. No, the Germans didn't hurt me physically, but they attempted various types of psychological torture. Itami narrowed her gaze at Gerhard, who had a smug smile on his face. The man was quick to retort to this statement, in a way he knew would further provoke the Japanese empress. Who do you think we are? A bunch of savages? The Reich has plenty of more efficient means of getting the information we want than just cutting into a prisoner's flesh. Something I'm sure you have no understanding of. Itami wanted nothing more than to scream at Gerhard in her loudest possible voice, but she forced herself to remain calm. Before the man could taunt her further, a German Marine approached him and whispered something into his ear. This caused a wicked smile to appear on Gerhard's face as he walked over to the scale and dropped his pistol onto one end, immediately unbalancing it. When Itami saw this, her eyes nearly jumped out of her skull. She could not believe the man was so shameless. However, before she could retort, the man responded in a way that infuriated her beyond belief. It appears you are a little short. Itami could hardly believe what she was hearing. She had measured the amount multiple times to ensure pinpoint accuracy. Obviously, the only reason the scales were off was because the man had placed his pistol on one end, adding more weight. The Japanese empress could not believe the shamelessness of this man and immediately lashed out at him. We had an agreement, Gerhard. 4,000 pounds of gold was the ransom for Mina. Just what do you think you are doing? There was a smug smile on the German ambassador's face as he stared down the Japanese empress with the utmost confidence. What was the Latin term again? Oh, right, vi victis. If you can't make up for the imbalance, then I'm afraid Mina will remain in the hands of the Reich. Itami could hardly believe her ears when she heard this. Earlier, when Gerhard had asked if she had emptied her treasury to afford the ransom, he was completely correct. Almost all of Itami's gold was on the scale, and to compensate for the loss of such a fortune, she had begun printing banknotes based on the concept of fiat currency. If Germany wanted more gold, she had none to offer. All she had were banknotes whose intrinsic value was worth nothing more than the paper they were printed on. She was so outraged by this turn of events that she wanted to attack the man for his sheer audacity. However, Itami calmed herself with a few deep breaths before reaching around her neck and pulling off a gold pendant she wore. She then began to strip off her rings and bracelets, and even her earrings, before placing them on the scale, hoping they would counterbalance the pistol. Unfortunately, she was short on gold, so she bit her lip in dissatisfaction and glared at Gerhard, who wore a smug smile on his face. Just as Itami was about to curse the man, he withdrew his pistol from the scale and placed it in his holster, chuckling as if the entire offense was nothing more than a joke. Itami, you are far too serious. If you keep furrowing your brows like that, you will get some wrinkles. It would be a shame, considering your legendary beauty. I assure you, I was simply playing a prank. For the Japanese empress to sacrifice her jewelry for a mere prisoner, it is a bit unbecoming of your position, don't you think? Having fallen into such a trap, Itami wanted to scream at this man, but she calmed herself with a few deep breaths before retrieving her jewelry. After she had done so, she looked over at Gerhard and chastised him. Enough games. You have your ransom, now free Minna. Contrary to what Itami expected, Gerhard simply smiled and unlocked Minna's bindings, then pushed the girl towards the Japanese host. With a graceful bow, he made one last remark, knowing it would irritate her. As always, it has been a pleasure, Empress Itami Ryo. I know it may not seem like it, but I always enjoy our dealings. Your emotions are the most expressive and simply adorable. You are free to leave the embassy and return to your home with your little pet. Thanks again for the gold. In response, Itami merely snarled before dragging Minna off towards her ship, which was docked in the Bohai Bay. Once they were safely on board, Minna asked a question with a hopeful look on her pretty face. Before we leave for Japan, may I go see my family? I missed them very much. A remorseful expression twisted Itami's face as she looked away, unable to meet the Josian princess's gaze. Minna quickly picked up on Itami's attitude and inquired, "What is it? What happened?" Itami found it difficult to speak and struggled to express the words. There was a clear, painful expression on her face as she clutched her chest in agony before revealing the truth. I'm sorry, but your adopted family has perished in a terrorist attack. Although Minna had already known about this for some time and had wept for her family's loss, in this moment, she began to break into tears again. She grabbed Itami's kimono and demanded answers. What do you mean? You didn't attach a security detail to my family? You sent me into the lion's den and didn't even bother to protect my loved ones? What is wrong with you? Itami immediately grabbed Minna's hand and tried to calm her down as she explained what had happened from her perspective. Of course, I attached a security detail to your family. I even kept them in the most secure area of Busan. However, the Josian terrorists launched several attacks across the region. They even bombed the Kempitai headquarters in Busan. In those dire circumstances, it seems the soldiers tasked with protecting your family were recalled to deal with the attacks, which gave the terrorists an opportunity to assassinate your family. I'm sorry, Minna. I know I promised to look after your family, and I failed you. However, I won't make that mistake again. I vow to do everything in my power to bring those who have wronged you to justice. This is the fault of those damned Germans. They are the ones who armed the Josian rebels with machine guns. And I will make sure they pay for their crimes. Even though what Itami said was true, Minna was operating under a bias and couldn't bring herself to believe the woman's words. After all, humans tend to cling to the first source of information they hear, especially in the wake of tragedies. The Germans had crafted a perfect story to turn the Josian princess against the Japanese empress. After months of brainwashing, she no longer doubted their words. Thus, even though she was working for the architects of her family's assassination, Minna believed with her whole heart that Itami was the true culprit. However, despite wanting nothing more than to kill Itami on the spot, Minna remained calm. After all, she would never achieve her vengeance on that woman if she acted rashly. Therefore, Minna secluded herself in one of the cruiser's bunks, refusing to speak with Itami until they returned to Japan. Corrigan stood at the bow of the SMS Linda and gazed upon the coast of the Crimean Peninsula, where a small harbor and a sizable settlement existed. Months ago, this city did not exist. Yet now it housed tens of thousands of her people. Though it was far from complete, more buildings were being finished every day. In the months following Shagadai's defeat in Constantinople, Berenger had rallied the broken members of the Golden Horde and corralled them into the Crimean Peninsula, where the Germans assisted with the construction and development of the region. Surrounding the city, whose architecture was eerily reminiscent of Russia from Berenger's past life, were fertile fields that made use of imported German fertilizer and mechanized tools drawn by beasts of burden. What was once a rather desolate area now contained a semi-modern settlement. Though it would be some time before the region became self-sufficient, a strong foundation had been built for Corrigan and her people. This brought a tear to the woman's dark eyes. After staring at the developing city in awe for several minutes, the young woman turned her head towards Berenger to speak her thoughts. "Thank you. My people have never known a life beyond being nomads, and in half a year, you have helped us build a city of our own. I don't know how I can repay you." Berenger smiled as he heard this, then placed his arm around the woman's shoulder. Their relationship had always been strictly business, though after months of working together, the Turco-Mongol princess no longer feared physical contact between herself and the Kaiser. As Berenger brought the woman into his arms, he pointed with his free hand towards the settlement. "I have only done what I promised to do. Besides, most of what you see is still under construction. This is just the beginning. Under our guidance, your people will be able to live here and prosper on their own within the next decade. For now, we will continue to build and show your people how to maintain what we have established. However, if you think this is great, wait until you see your palace." This last statement only added to Corrigan's shock as she looked Berenger dead in the eye and repeated his words back to him. "My palace?" Berenger simply nodded his head in response, answering the woman's question with full confidence. "You are now a queen, and a queen deserves a proper palace. Come, I will take you to your new home and show you around." Corrigan followed Berenger onto a boat, which ferried them from the SMS Linda to the shores of Crimea. They then proceeded to walk through the developing city's streets until they eventually entered the grounds of a small palace loosely modeled after the Russian Tsaritsino Palace from Berenger's past life. Berenger had spared no expense in the construction of Corrigan's palace. Tens of thousands of German workers, armed with the most modern equipment, had spent the last 6 months building a city from scratch. With the extensive experience of the German engineers, architects, and construction crews, they were able to design a city that had no rival outside the fatherland. Naturally, they were able to build a sizable estate fit for a minor queen. Like the royal palace of Kufstein, Corrigan's home was embellished with the finest furnishings and internal details. Gold adorned every corner, and the opulence was truly fit for a queen. Obviously, her home was considerably smaller than Berenger's, but it was nicer than any palace outside of Germany. Corrigan gazed around her new home with excitement. She could hardly believe such a wonderful palace was hers alone. She quickly questioned Berenger about his generosity. "This is my new home?" A seductive smile appeared on Berenger's face as he closed the distance between them and whispered something into her ear. "Well, yours and our future children." Although Corrigan had agreed to carry Berenger's children, every time the subject was brought up in the past, she would distance herself from him. However, after witnessing everything Berenger had gifted her, she could not help but feel attracted to him. Seeing his success, Berenger smiled and took hold of her delicate hand before whispering another phrase into her ear. "Come, how about I show you the bedroom?" Corrigan could only nod in agreement as she allowed herself to be led away by him. Soon, she found herself in an extravagant master bedroom, with a large, plush mattress. A canopy surrounded the bed, hiding what the two monarchs were about to do from the outside world. For the rest of the night, Berenger made love to Corrigan, and by the time dawn rose the next day, she was physically exhausted from the intensity of their activities. Berenger got up from her bed and entered the kitchen, where he prepared a pot of coffee. He sat down at the table with a German newspaper and read its contents. The headline was not the least bit surprising to him: "The Third Prince of Saxony's Cruel Abuse Revealed." The article detailed the abuse the Prince of Saxony inflicted on his wives and the lengths he went to silence them. There were photos of the man's arrest, and a sub-article about King Dietger von Wittelsbach breaking off his daughter's engagement to the prince. Linda had done an impeccable job, and now all that was left was for Berenger to return to the Reich and approach the Bavarian king about a proper engagement between Anne and Hans, something Berenger knew the man would not reject. The history between Austria and Bavaria was complicated. It was only a little over a decade ago that the Bavarians invaded Austria, eliminated the Habsburg line, and put most of the eastern portion of the duchy to the sword. Naturally, the Austrians did not forget these crimes. However, the Bavarians had more than paid an appropriate amount in reparations and made up for their past mistakes by aligning themselves with Austria during the Unification War. After a decade of peace and prosperity, the wounds between the two kingdoms had begun to heal. With the Austrian prince marrying the Bavarian princess, One might say it was truly the end of hostilities between the two realms, even if Bavaria had already been subservient to Austria for nearly a decade. Much like his father, out of all of Hans' brides, only two would be capable of bearing children who had the right to inherit the throne, one of which was still open to legal interpretation: Princess Veronica Brezanova of Bohemia and Princess Anne von Wittelsbach of Bavaria. With Bohemia's Germanization in full effect, her offspring would just barely meet the qualifications to succeed Hans, should he become the next Kaiser, which was becoming ever more likely as the years passed. While Berenger was dwelling on these thoughts, Corrigan emerged from the bath, dressed in nothing but a lavish silk robe. She surprised Berenger by approaching him from behind, wrapping her arms around his neck, and kissing him on the lips. After that, the Crimean queen sat down in the man's lap and asked him a question. "So, I guess this means I'm your woman now?" Berenger simply nodded his head in response, then gave Corrigan a fair warning. "Now, until the day you die, you are mine, and mine alone. I'll have you know I'm a very jealous lover. Should you take another man into your bed, I will raze this kingdom of yours to the ground and place someone else upon its throne." This remark only caused Corrigan to giggle as she grabbed Berenger's mug and took a sip of his coffee, then responded to his threat with a flirtatious look on her pretty face. "I'll keep that in mind. So, what now?" Berenger sighed and placed his paper on the dining table before looking Corrigan square in the eye and declaring what needed to be said. "Now, I return to the Reich. I will come back here once a month to pay you a visit and help you manage your kingdom's affairs. In the meantime, I have left a list of things you need to do as the new Queen of Crimea and the surrounding regions. In time, I will help you build an army capable of conquering your neighbors to the east. After all, it is not just this land that you and our children are destined to rule. However, for the meantime, internal matters are more important. You are a newly established kingdom, and it will take some time to build a proper reputation and, more importantly, gain respect from the other world leaders. For now, you have the protection of the Reich, so should anyone try to bully you, give me a call, and I will set them straight." Corrigan responded to this information by kissing the man once more. She then held her belly, still filled with the man's seed, and nodded before accepting the terms of their relationship. "In 9 months, I will give birth to your son. I hope you'll be with me on that day." Berenger simply chuckled in response. After all, he had missed the births of almost all, if not all, of his children. The likelihood of him being present for such an event was dreadfully low, but he did not outright say this and instead gave her hope. "We will see." With this, the Crimean Khanate was officially established and would become yet another puppet of the Reich. While the German Empire had invested an ungodly sum of money and resources into creating a new kingdom in the Crimean Peninsula and surrounding regions, they had invested an even larger sum in developing their colonies abroad. Few people in the world knew just how much Germany had spent on constructing towns, cities, farms, and military bases across the globe, but the figure was certainly in the trillions of marks. Yet, in nearly a decade, many of these colonies had paid back this debt in full, and then some. Gold, silver, rubber, oil, coal, cash crops, iron, copper, and countless other resources were produced by each colony and shipped back to the fatherland for refinement and production, before making their way across the world through trade. The wealth generated from this trade was then invested into the development of the Reich as a whole, including the colonies where these resources were extracted. This created an ever-increasing profit stream. The more resources Germany acquired, the more wealth was generated. Naturally, this gave the Reich some liberty in how quickly they could settle new lands and establish new colonies. For example, at this very moment, off the coast of what was referred to as California in Berenger's past life, lay a massive fleet of merchant ships protected by a small naval escort. A total of 50 Dominion II-class cargo ships were sailing towards the Bay Area, carrying goods specifically designed for the rapid establishment of a colony and military base on the west coast of lndian. With the opening of the Neuschwaben Canal, Germany now had easy access to the other side of the New World, which they planned to take advantage of in preparation for the upcoming war with Japan. Admiral Horst Schwartz stood on the bow of a Henrietta-class battlecruiser, looking through his binoculars at the new land, which Europeans had never set foot on before. An expression of excitement crossed his gruff face as he gazed upon the untapped resources of the region. The admiral quickly gave an order to a nearby deck officer, one that would change the fate of California forever. Prepare the landing craft and send the Marines ashore. If they encounter any savages, they have my permission to shoot on sight. By now, they should know the colonial policy of the Reich. The deck officer quickly saluted his superior before relaying the orders to the appropriate departments. Within the hour, a group of landing craft, being towed by the battlecruiser, hit the water and sped towards the shoreline. On board these landing craft were the newest models of the Schützenpanzer Marder IFVs, known as the OSB based on the chassis of the Panther tank. These armored vehicles were filled with German Marines whose task was to secure the region. In one of these armored vehicles sat none other than Linda's little brother, Captain Hermann von Habsburg, who had transferred from the German army to the German Marine Corps in preparation for the war with Japan. It became clear to him that, in this upcoming conflict, the Marines would see the majority of the action. Thus, in his need to prove himself, he had transferred to the Corps, where he now sat in a Marder IFV with his STG-27 automatic rifle in hand. Soon, the armored vehicle hit the shore and began to press forward. Naturally, the arrival of large steel warships, landing craft, and IFVs drew the attention of the local tribes, who rushed to the coast to see what was happening. Before long, hundreds of tribespeople had gathered near the shore, gazing upon these war machines as if they were witnessing the arrival of aliens. The loud roars of the engines frightened the natives, who did not know how to react to what they saw. When the IFVs noticed the natives, they immediately deployed Marines from the rear hatches and aimed their autocannons at the gathered crowds. The OSB model of the Marder IFV had upgraded its main turret from a 2 cm autocannon to a 3.7 cm autocannon, significantly increasing its lethality against soft targets and armored vehicles. Thus, when the IFVs opened fire on the gathered crowds, the high explosive shells tore the natives' bodies to pieces before the Marines could even get a shot off. The tribespeople did not have the chance to react to these strange machines before they perished. Any survivors were quickly mopped up by the Marine infantry. Hermann watched the annihilation of the locals with a stoic expression before issuing orders to his troops. Back inside. We will storm the local settlements and annihilate them before the main force arrives. The company of Marines quickly climbed back into the IFVs, which sped up their engines and ran over the bloody remains of the slaughtered natives without a hint of remorse. The thunder of the guns from the large steel ships in the bay alerted the local tribes to the Germans' hostility, causing each tribe to prepare for war. However, what could they do against such an advanced empire? Sticks and stones had no place on the modern battlefield, something that was about to become painfully obvious to these savages. The 10 IFVs split into groups of 3, with the command vehicle staying behind on the beach to coordinate communications with the main fleet. These 3 groups went in separate directions, clearing the immediate vicinity of any local settlements, which is exactly what they did. When the first group of IFVs encountered a nearby village, they immediately came under fire from arrows, which bounced off the sloped steel armor of the martyrs. The response to these attacks was swift, with the automatic fire of a 3.7 cm flak gun effortlessly tearing apart the grass huts, as well as those inside. The German Marines deployed from behind the IFVs, using them for cover. A machine gunner mowed down the natives with his MG-27, a gun modeled after the MG-42 from Berenger's past life. The Angel of Death had descended, claiming the lives of every villager, young or old, without discrimination. Only after every life was snuffed out did the flamethrower operator clear the remaining straw structures with his weapon. Flames consumed the village and the surrounding areas. Meanwhile, the perpetrators re-entered their war machines and headed off into the distance to kill again. The German death squads deployed to every village within a 100 square kilometers radius of the landing zone, using the same tactics. First, they would light up the village with the 37 mm high explosive shells from the autocannon, then deploy machine gunners and automatic riflemen to deal with the survivors. Finally, they would use flamethrowers to burn what remained to ash. By the time the sun set, thousands, perhaps even tens of thousands of lives had perished, without the Marines suffering a single casualty. Through this fire and smoke, the Bay Area was cleansed of its original inhabitants, making the land ripe for colonization. Only after Captain Hermann von Habsburg gave the all-clear did the ships land on the shore. Their crews immediately began constructing a harbor, naval base, airstrip, and settlement. The names of these tribes would be forever lost to human history, for the Germans had massacred them without even bothering to learn their names. All that would be written was a small passage about the cleansing of the land, with the term savage universally applied to all cultures that inhabited the Bay Area. Upon these countless graves, a massive settlement would be built, one that would one day become the pride of Lindheim and the Reich's gateway to the Pacific. From here, trade would span from sea to sea, and the German colonists would benefit greatly from the location. In the city of Anangpur, Emperor Daria Tamara sat at his dining table. Today was not a normal day for the man who ruled over the entire Indian subcontinent. A prestigious guest from beyond his eastern border had come to visit. King Krinsak of the Uthong dynasty, who ruled over the Ayutthaya kingdom, had traveled a long way to meet the young Indian emperor. With the world rapidly changing around him, Krinsak felt a need to seek protection from a major power. If he failed to do so, his realm would soon fall prey to more predatory empires. However, he was still undecided between becoming a tributary of the Indian Empire or the Ming dynasty. Thus, he had decided to meet with both emperors to discuss what concessions he could gain in exchange for his allegiance. By now, Daria had become an efficient statesman, at least capable enough to be a proper subordinate to the Reich. He had put on a large feast for his foreign guest while showing off the wealth he had obtained from his ties to Germany. King Krinsak, I must say, it is indeed my greatest honor to host you here in my home. I understand you have some concerns, specifically regarding the current political crisis facing Southeast Asia. I want to assure you that if you choose to align yourself with India, I will allow you to rule over your own lands with little interference. A yearly tribute is all I ask in exchange for my protection. As you may already be aware, the alliance between my empire and the Reich is a strong one. Kaiser Berenger von Kufstein is, in many ways, like a father to me. He took me in when I was forced into exile and provided me with a proper education on how to effectively rule over a nation. I assure you, if Japan or the Ming dynasty were to attack your lands, not only would the full weight of the Indian army be at your disposal, but the German army would also be available to aid you. This is something the Ming dynasty cannot provide. Though there was a lot of truth to Daria's words, King Krinsak was not entirely convinced. It wasn't just a matter of defending his lands that led him to seek an ally, he had other concerns as well. Naturally, he was quick to voice these. While it is true that the Indian army has been armed and trained by your German counterparts, your navy is severely lacking when compared to the Ming dynasty. Emperor Zhu Wudi has purchased a large number of warships from the Reich, including a heavy cruiser. Even Empress Itami herself isn't foolish enough to interfere with their territorial waters. By aligning myself with your empire, and by extension the Reich, I will be opening up my maritime borders to the Japanese navy should Germany and Japan end up in an armed conflict. Who will protect my trade then? Certainly not you. The Ming are neutral in this brewing conflict, and their navy can provide more than enough protection for my trade fleet in the event of an all-out war in the east. Daria knew this matter would be raised eventually and was quick to respond, casting doubt on his rival's naval capabilities. After drinking from his chalice, filled with imported wine from South Tyrol, he replied, "While it is true that the Ming dynasty boasts a more capable navy than my empire, I must remind you that the majority of the warships they have purchased from the Reich are literal combat ships. These are small craft designed to protect the Ming coastline. They are not capable of deploying into deep waters, let alone protecting your trade fleets. As for the Ming's actual deep-water naval capabilities, they have a few dozen obsolete armored frigates and one cruiser. To be honest, this cruiser is entirely ceremonial, as the Ming sailors do not even know how to properly operate the vessel. The only reason they have such an advanced warship is because the Kaiser wished to antagonize Empress Itami. Should the Japanese navy turn hostile against your trade fleets, the Ming do not have the ability to protect your maritime commerce. This is not an issue for the Germans. By submitting to me, you are, in turn, submitting to the Reich, who are more than capable of protecting their tributaries and allies." Silence prevailed in the room for some time as the Thai king carefully considered his options. Daria's words were mostly correct. The warships Germany had sold to the Ming were designed primarily for coastal defense. The others were so obsolete that they stood no chance against the Japanese navy. There were even rumors that Japan was closely watching Indochina and could invade the region at any moment. If the Japanese were to truly invade, it would mean all-out warfare between them and the Ming dynasty. If he sided with the Ming and this scenario occurred, he would be dragged into the war regardless. The difference was that the Ming could not protect him, while the Indians and their German allies could. Initially, Crimean had planned to speak with both Daria and Zhu Wudi, but after hearing the Indian emperor's argument, he was fully convinced that siding with India was by far the better option. With a heavy sigh, the Thai king bowed his head in respect before announcing his decision. "You make a solid argument. I am more inclined to pledge my allegiance to your empire than to the Ming. However, if I were to do this, I would demand access to the German markets in exchange for our allegiance." Upon hearing that he had succeeded in convincing the man, a wry smile appeared on Daria's lips as he nodded in agreement with the demand. "I would expect nothing less. Do not fret, such a thing can be easily arranged. For now, let us enjoy this feast. We can discuss the exact details of this treaty in the coming days. Please enjoy yourself." King Crimean did not refuse this offer. Instead, he made a toast to the Indian monarch and their newfound relationship. After drinking his fair share of wine and eating more than enough food, the man retired to the quarters he was afforded for the night, where he passed out. As for Daria, he stayed up late into the night, thinking about the upcoming war that was bound to be bloody. The new equipment that the Germans had sold to his army was terrifying, to say the least. Though he did not know whether Japan's army was more advanced, he knew that as long as India received support from Germany, they could play a pivotal role in the war that was on the horizon. However, he couldn't help but feel worried about the near future, not only for himself and his people, but specifically for his sister. Priya had been living with Berenger for some time and now carried his child. This worried Daria. Although he had witnessed just how effective the German army was in warfare, rumors from the east suggested that Japan's army was just as mighty. Undoubtedly, a bloody conflict was about to take place, and if the Reich were defeated, Priya would surely suffer for her relationship with the Kaiser. Daria needed no further proof than the horrific acts he had seen the Japanese army and their allies commit in the field of war. In the end, all Daria could do was put his faith in Berenger and the man's ability to emerge victorious. After all, he doubted Japan had the ability to project strength so far away. That was something only the Germans could do in this world. Thus, after drinking quite a bit of wine, Daria made his way to his bedroom, where he was alone. Despite being an emperor, Daria had yet to marry or take a lover. His life was far too busy for such distractions. Instead, he lived a lonely life in the palace, with only his servants for company. After climbing into bed and pulling the covers over him, he fell into a deep sleep. In the coming days, the Indian Empire would sign a treaty with the Ayutthaya Kingdom, establishing it as a tributary under Indian rule. By doing so, Daria opened the land to German trade routes, which had helped many nations prosper over the past decade. It had been months since relations between the Kalmar Union and the German Empire had soured. In retaliation for how poorly Alvar had treated his wife, Berenger not only closed the Reich's borders with their northern neighbor but also halted all trade. The official reason for such drastic measures was the human trafficking ring that had previously existed within the Kalmar Union. As far as the German people were concerned, it was no longer safe to travel north. At first, Alvar had laughed at the Kaiser's petty response. However, he was now becoming desperate as the Kalmar Union's reserves of both luxury goods and necessities, which had previously been imported from the Reich, were drying up. For too long, the Nordic kingdoms and their economies had relied on the extensive trade with their southern neighbor. Without these resources, the Kalmar Union's economy was in shambles, and people were dying not only from malnourishment but also from diseases that had previously been treated with German medicine. Public outrage among the Nordic people had reached an all-time high, and the demand to deal with the human traffickers sparked protests outside High King Alvar's palace. As a result, Alvar and his family were trapped inside their own hold, waiting for the people's wrath to pass. Ingrid was particularly worried about the entire ordeal. She had thought that her relationship with Hans was going well, but instead, the boy had merely used her to fuel his growing desires. Now she was left without an engagement to the boy who would one day become the most powerful man in the world. Although self-reflection was not typically in a woman's nature, at this moment, Ingrid sat in her room, disillusioned by everything that had happened in the past few months. No man wanted her after rumors of her actions spread across the Scandinavian nobility. At most, she would be able to marry the second or third prince of some backwater, like Scotland, something she could never be satisfied with after living in the Reich for the past few years. Needless to say, her future was utterly ruined. While Ingrid sulked in her depression, Alvar bit his nails with anxiety. If he did not resolve this dispute soon, his reign would come to a bitter and bloody end. However, after so rudely biting the hand that fed him, he would have to grovel like a properly beaten hound, and he knew Berenger would take full advantage of it. The price for his sins would be heavy, and Alvar did not know if he could afford it. Despite this, the Danish king had no option but to escape from the mob outside his gates and enter the German embassy in Copenhagen, hoping they would have some means to contact the Kaiser of the German Empire. With this in mind, he carefully plotted his venture before setting out towards his destination. The call came late at night. So late, in fact, that when the maid entered the Kaiser's bedchamber to awaken him, Berenger was lying naked in his bed, next to his sister and cousin, all three of whom were fast asleep. After his physical rebirth, Berenger's body no longer required many hours of sleep. 4 hours was a healthy number, and despite this, he detested being unnaturally woken from his slumber. Thus, when the servant entered his room and quietly woke him, Berenger glared at her with intense fury, causing the girl to shiver in fear. She could barely get the words out as she informed him of what had occurred north of his borders. My Kaiser. There is a telephone call for you from the German embassy in Copenhagen. They apologize for contacting you at this late hour, but the ambassador says the matter is urgent. Berenger rose from his covers and sighed heavily when he heard this. His pale figure glistened under the moonlight, causing the maid to flush with embarrassment. Though she had seen her master naked on more than one occasion, she had never grown accustomed to the sight. Naturally, as a man confident in his appearance, Berenger did not care in the slightest that his flesh was exposed for the young woman to see. Instead, he climbed out of bed nonchalantly, wrapped a silk robe around his body, and informed the girl to make some preparations for his call. Prepare me a cup of coffee. If I'm going to be entertaining Alvar this late at night, I will need something to help keep me awake. The girl instantly nodded and ran off from the room to do as she was instructed. Meanwhile, Berenger yawned as he left his bedroom and strode through his halls until he finally entered his study, where he quickly shut the door behind him. Berenger then sat down at his desk and dialed the German embassy in Copenhagen on his telephone. Over the past 2 years, Berenger had invested a substantial sum of money into establishing a landline phone network that extended across the entirety of the fatherland, as well as into Denmark, for swift contact with the German embassy. Currently, there were efforts to lay down transatlantic underwater cables to allow Berenger easier contact with his colonies. His plan was to have an empire-wide phone network within the next 5 years, enabling all citizens from every corner of the empire to contact one another with their personal telephones. After his call went through, Berenger heard a rather timid voice answer the line. The Kaiser recognized who it was immediately. The voice belonged to the German ambassador to the Kalmar Union. My Kaiser, I am terribly sorry to awaken you at this ungodly hour, but the High King of the Kalmar Union is sitting in my office, begging for a chance to speak with you. I felt this matter was urgent enough to warrant this terrible sin of mine. Berenger sighed and rubbed his fingers on the bridge of his nose, struggling to handle this matter with some tact. He was silent for several moments before speaking to his ambassador. It's fine. Put Alvar on the line. The obvious hint of dissatisfaction in the Kaiser's voice did not go unnoticed, but rather than further waste his superior's time, the German ambassador quickly did as instructed. The moment Berenger heard Alvar breathing on the other end, he began to reprimand the man. You have a lot of nerve calling me so late at night. Whatever you have to say, get on with it. I don't want to waste any more time than necessary. Despite the obvious rudeness in Berenger's tone, Alvar bit his tongue and spoke with the utmost respect, like a properly beaten dog. Kaiser Berenger von Kufstein. I ask this as your friend and ally. Hasn't this blockade gone on long enough? My people are dying. You've already eliminated those responsible for the grave sin of human trafficking. Won't you lift your sanctions and restore peace between our realms? Contrary to the response Alvar was expecting, Berenger merely scoffed. The moment he did, the door opened to reveal his maid, who had prepared him a proper cup of coffee. She handed the cup to her master before silently leaving. Once she was gone, Berenger took a sip from his drink before responding to Alvar's questions. Where was this respect when you were last in my palace? While I am away on important matters of state, my wife saves your kingdom from open rebellion, while your wretched daughter takes advantage of my underage son. And yet, you dare behave so rudely to my woman, even after everything she has done for you? Perhaps it would have been better to have removed you along with the Catholics. You have disappointed me, Alvar. Berenger could almost hear the Danish king bow his head in regret on the other end of the line. However, he did not give the man a chance to speak, and instead made his demands outright. There is only one way that I will reopen my borders and continue trading with your realm. The day my son Christopher comes of age and marries your granddaughter Astrid, you are to name him your sole heir. You are then to abdicate your throne and forsake any claims your family has to it. This is non-negotiable. It has become increasingly clear to me that only a member of my household is fit to rule over the north. Swear to me that you will do this under pain of death, and I will restore things to the way they were before your lack of respect. Alvar had known when he first visited the German embassy that he would have to pay a heavy price to re-establish ties with the Reich. However, to give up his throne to an outsider was far too cruel for him to accept. And yet, the man had no choice. If the flow of goods from the Reich was not restored soon, the most likely outcome would be open rebellion, something he was not prepared to face. Especially if Berenger decided to fund the rebels. Not only that, but his granddaughter was essentially a hostage at this point in time. She had remained in the Reich while Alvar had taken his daughter home with him. If he refused this demand, any number of things could happen to the sweet little girl. Of course, Berenger would never harm a hair on the innocent girl's head. He was many things, but a monster was not one of them. Still, Alvar did not know this, and so he sighed heavily before finally accepting his utter defeat. Very well. If that is the price to pay, I shall pay it in full. I swear to you that the moment your son comes of age and marries my granddaughter, I will name him my sole heir, abdicate my throne, and forsake any claims my family might have to it once and for all. If I fail to live up to this vow, then you may claim my worthless life whenever you see fit. The line remained silent for several moments as Berenger continued to sip his coffee with a sadistic sneer on his face. It was only after he had finished his drink that he responded to the Danish king's vow. Good. Get a good night's rest, Alvar. Tomorrow, I will reopen my borders and restart the flow of goods into your lands. I trust you won't disappoint me a second time. After saying this, Berenger hung up the line, not giving the man a chance to respond. Though Alvar had no way of knowing it, Berenger had recorded the entire conversation. Thus, even if Alvar did try to back out of this deal, the evidence of his pledge would still exist and could easily delegitimize the Danish king and his entire family line. Roughly 8 months had passed since Daria was named Emperor of India, and during this time, the German military had been hard at work constructing one of their largest naval and air bases in Sri Lanka, which had been ceded to them in the treaty that ended the war. For years, Singapore had been the primary means of naval operations in the Indian and Pacific Oceans. However, that was now changing. With each passing year, more and more warships were being produced by Germany's many shipyards. So much so that there were now 10 carrier strike groups in total, most of which boasted the most modern warships at the Reich's disposal among their ranks. Naturally, in preparation for the upcoming war with Japan, Berenger had placed 2 of these strike groups in the east, one stationed in Singapore, and another docked in Sri Lanka's harbour. With recent investments in the Pacific, it would not be long before a 3rd carrier strike group was permanently stationed in Hawaii, and a 4th was docked in Australia. This meant that the Kriegsmarine had effectively cornered the Imperial Japanese Navy into a tiny section of the ocean to operate within. Currently, Berenger stood on the shores of Sri Lanka, gazing upon his most recent naval base with a sense of pride in his mismatched eyes. He could hardly believe how quickly the German Empire had expanded across the globe. For the first time in world history, a civilization now had the means to control the world's oceans and project force around the globe. This was something that both Germany and Japan had been competing for, but only one of the 2 empires was able to achieve. By Berenger's side was the admiral he had placed in charge of the carrier strike group that sat in the harbor. Because his fleet was primarily tasked with countering the Imperial Japanese Navy, he had received priority for the newest battleships, cruisers, and destroyers, modeled after Germany's most efficient designs from the Second World War of Berenger's past life. As the two men gazed upon the fleet, Admiral Herbert von Hesse commented on the power that just one of these carrier strike groups was capable of wielding. Excuse me if what I'm about to say is inappropriate, but I truly pity the Japanese. They are a paper tiger that has provoked a mighty dragon. Just one of these fleets is more than enough to sink the entire Japanese navy, and yet you want 4 of them located in the Indian and Pacific Oceans. I can't tell whether you're a sadist or a man who is overly cautious. This remark made Berenger laugh for some time. It was rare for his subordinates to speak to him in such a way. The only men who usually dared to do so were close friends like Ludwig, Adelbrand, Heimeric, and, of course, Eckhard. For this admiral, who was not particularly close with his Kaiser, to make such a statement was truly amusing. Thus, it came as no surprise when Berenger made a light-hearted remark of his own. "Can't I be both?" The two men laughed at Berenger's comment before falling utterly silent. After several moments had passed, Berenger placed his hand on the man's shoulder and gave him a nod of approval. "Everything looks in order. I have no complaints. My journey here was not wasted. To see such a mighty fleet in person, it is as you say, the Japanese are truly pitiful. Keep up the excellent work. I'm afraid I can't stay and chat any longer, as I need to catch a flight to Anangpur." "Continue as you were, Admiral." After saying this, Berenger approached the airfield where he took his personal plane to the city of Anangpur, where Emperor Daria Tamara awaited his arrival. After stepping out of the aircraft, Berenger was greeted by his foster son. Since seeing a military psychiatrist, Daria had worked through a lot of his issues regarding his past trauma and his overly protective nature toward his sister. He had come to accept Berenger and Priya's relationship, albeit begrudgingly. Thus, there was not the usual animosity between the two men as they approached one another. "Daria, it's good to see you. How have you been lately?" Daria smiled and led Berenger toward the carriage, which would take them to the palace. Once inside, he quickly answered the Kaiser's question. "I have no complaints. I've been busy lately working on your proposal, and I think you will find what I've come up with quite interesting." Berenger nodded slightly in approval and maintained a casual conversation with Daria until they entered the Anangpur Palace, where a scale replica of a conceptual city lay on a large table. The Kaiser closely observed the city in all its details, while Daria explained what it represented. "I must say, when your architects and engineers arrived at my palace with your recommendation to build a new capital city closer to the coastline to improve trade between our two realms, I thought you were out of your mind. However, your men worked together with my own architects to create something reasonable. What you see is an effort to reconstruct the city of Dvarka into a modern capital. The architecture is our own, but your civil engineers designed the layout of the city, and how it is structured to accommodate things like plumbing, waste management, roads, and bridges, etc. Your men preach how you are an accomplished engineer, and thus they wanted you to give our model a proper look before we begin investing in its construction." Berenger examined every corner of the city with his advanced mind for several minutes before concluding that his men had done an excellent job in ensuring this new capital would have everything it needed to succeed. While the Kaiser closely examined the model city, his engineers had gathered and were practically biting their nails in anticipation of his verdict, which he was quick to give once he had concluded his survey. "It looks good. I have no major recommendations. When will you begin construction?" Daria did not hesitate to answer this question, his face wearing a proud smile. "Effective immediately. We project that within 5 years, Dvarka will be fully reconstructed into a modern city, one worthy of being my empire's new capital." Berenger simply nodded his head in approval, maintaining his silence on the matter. He was not going to personally invest a large sum of money into this venture. Most of the finances were coming from Daria's own pocket. However, having a coastal capital, when one lacked the infrastructure to swiftly transport resources across their empire, was a good idea. Especially since India was becoming increasingly reliant on trade with the Reich. After waiting over a minute for Berenger's response, Daria decided to switch the subject to something he thought would interest the man more. "Oh, by the way. The Ayutthaya kingdom is now a protectorate of my empire." Berenger smirked when he heard this, responding to Daria's statement with an expression of utter confidence. "You think I didn't already know that?" Since the moment the Ayutthaya king first set sail towards your lands, I was aware of his intentions. I must say I am proud of you. The man was leaning more towards the Ming dynasty as his protector, but you convinced him otherwise. It would appear that I have taught you well. Daria did not know why, but he felt a sense of pride overtake him as he heard Berenger's compliments. In the past, he had been bitter and resentful towards the man for treating his sister as a mere concubine. But now, Daria was grateful for everything the Kaiser had done, for without Berenger, Priya would be dead, and he would still be under his uncle's control. Thus, he bowed his head respectfully before responding to Berenger's praise. Thank you for your kind words, but I do not believe I am yet worthy of your praise. A simple scoff emerged from Berenger's lips at this humble remark, before he changed the subject to something that had been lingering in his mind for some time. By the way, Priya has been pestering me to ask you, when are you going to find yourself a proper bride? She's beginning to worry that you might be a homosexual. Daria could feel his cheeks burn with embarrassment as he heard what his sister thought of him. He could only shake his head and sigh before answering honestly. I have been much too busy to even think about marrying. Besides, I'm still young. I can wait a little while longer before I take a bride. Berenger did not respond and only nodded his head silently in understanding, all while making a mental note to prepare a bride for the poor and lonely man. Although such a union could pose problems for succession, Berenger had already planned for this eventuality. The two emperors would spend the rest of the day catching up before Berenger flew back home to the Reich. After inspecting the naval base in Sri Lanka and discussing the construction of his new capital with Daria, he accomplished both of his goals in visiting the region. In the midst of a midsummer night, dozens of landing craft waded through the waters off the shores of Borneo. Tens of thousands of soldiers and hundreds of armored vehicles lay in wait for their boats to hit the shore. The moment they did, an invasion would begin. Empress Itami Ryo had given no notice to the lands on her newest list to conquer. While these soldiers prepared for a war against the Royal Majapahit army, another invasion force was heading towards the northern islands of the Philippines. It was bad luck that these soldiers were sent to the heavily fortified and well-guarded region of Borneo. Unlike the Philippines, the Royal Majapahit army was well armed and trained by their German allies. A Japanese lieutenant named Ide Katsumitsu clutched the hilt of his sword with both hands, fearing the possibility of an opposed landing. Only the darkness of the night concealed their presence from the Majapahit defenders, who had entrenched their coastline with steel-reinforced concrete bunkers, heavy machine guns, and coastal artillery. In the next moment, a loud crackle filled the air as flares were launched high into the sky, revealing the Japanese landing craft to the enemy defenders. A language Lieutenant I did not understand could be heard shouting from the bunkers as the Majapahit defenders loaded their guns in preparation for an invasion that had completely caught them off guard. Thunder echoed in the air as 10 cm field guns lined up their shots and opened fire on the landing craft, which slowly made their way to the shore. The ocean water splashed onto Lieutenant Ide's face as a shell narrowly missed his boat and exploded in the water beside it. The man felt an intense tingle down his spine, as if the angel of death was watching him closely, waiting for the precise moment to claim his life. Other landing craft were not so lucky, as artillery shells struck their sides, forcing the men in armored vehicles to bail out before they were ready. Screams filled the air as machine guns echoed in the distance, their bullets shooting into the water, where Japanese infantry now tried their best to swim to the shore. While Lieutenant Ide was throwing up from his own anxiety, the door to his landing craft opened as the ship hit the shore. The moment it did, heavy machine guns began to rain fire into the landing craft. Bullets pierced through the torsos and limbs of the Japanese soldiers who were unfortunate enough not to be sheltered by the armored vehicles, while others bounced off the Type 4 Cheetah tanks and their accompanying armored personnel carriers. With the landing craft open and the armored vehicles roaring to life, Lieutenant Ide gave the order to advance, unsheathed his blade, and restored his warrior spirit. Tenahika Banzai! The bugle resounded in the air, and the charge began as multiple landing craft hit the shores, allowing the Japanese invasion force to charge forward into the machine gun fire as if their lives depended on it. Lieutenant Ide took the lead with his sword in hand, scaling the beach where barbed wire lay to hold off the advance of the infantry. Unfortunately, the Majapahit Empire had not expected the introduction of Japanese armored vehicles, and these meager defenses were quickly steamrolled by the large tanks, which aimed their 75mm guns down onto the bunkers and fired their shells without relent. The explosions rocked the bunkers, clearing out machine gun nests and artillery pieces alike. All the while, the armored vehicles provided protection for the Japanese troops from the enemy defenders. I took cover behind a tank, along with several men from his unit. In one hand, he carried a pistol, and in the other, his sword. He fired his shots randomly toward the heavily defended bunkers, while the riflemen and machine gunners in his unit did the same. However, the Mujahid artillery fire remained a threat, retaliating against the tanks' bombardment of their positions. The Mujahid soldiers quickly adjusted their field guns to target the tanks and fired at the massive war machines. The 100mm high explosive shells from these artillery pieces were more than enough to severely damage the tanks at close range, let alone the armored personnel carriers. However, the Type 4 Cheetah's main guns were equally formidable, capable of eliminating the entrenched artillery pieces. Unfortunately, the Japanese had more tanks than the Mujahid had artillery. Very soon, the Imperial Japanese Army, with men like Lieutenant Ide, entered the trenches with bayonets and swords in hand, overrunning the first line of bunkers and trenches while screaming their battle cry, Tenahika Banzai. With this shout, Ide slashed down at a Mujahid defender's chest with his katana, splitting open the man's unarmored torso and ending his life on the spot. He then aimed his pistol at an oncoming attacker and fired a shot straight into the man's heart. The Mujahid defenders did not give up so easily and shifted the aim of their semi-automatic rifles toward the Japanese invaders, gunning down hundreds of men in a matter of seconds. While the Mujahid had not expected the Japanese to be armed with tanks and armored personnel carriers, the Japanese were also unaware of the capable small arms the Mujahid defenders wielded in battle. Despite this, the Japanese fought their way into the bunker system, and though thousands of their men fell by the wayside, they continued to advance forward with absolute ferocity. After all, the cultists of the war goddess wielded submachine guns and ruthlessly gunned down anyone who dared to take a step back. The sight spread fear among the Mujahid troops, who retreated from the first line of bunkers back toward the second line of defense. Meanwhile, the Japanese army fired upon them from behind. Once the retreating men had cleared the trench line, the second row of defenders returned fire into the Japanese ranks. Men were cut down left and right as they tried to navigate the barbed wire labyrinth. This continued until the Type 4 Cheetah tanks caught up and plowed through the wire barricades as if they posed no challenge at all. Once beyond the first line of defense, I'd waited to charge forward, seeking the safety of a tank for cover. The armored vehicles of the Imperial Japanese Army had become the spearhead of the invasion, allowing the Japanese soldiers to escape the wrath of machine gun fire until they were close enough to take the trenches and bunkers. However, as I jumped into the second trench, he was immediately shot in the gut by an 8mm projectile. Struggling to remain standing, he defied his pain and charged toward the man who shot him. With a sword in one hand, he decapitated his opponent before turning around to find another soldier's bayonet lodged in his waist. A cry of pain erupted from the Japanese officer's lips as he pointed his pistol at the man who had stabbed him and fired 3 shots into the enemy's chest. Soon after, his own troops entered the trench to protect him, but the fighting was fierce. As Lieutenant Ide struggled to reload his sidearm, a Mujahid machine gunner, armed with an MG-27T, sprayed a burst of lead into his chest, claiming the officer's life. Lieutenant Ide Katsumitsu fell back into the muddy trench and gazed up at the sun, which rose in the east. Dreaming of his homeland, he wondered why they were fighting such a pointless war as he drew his last breath. His unit continued to advance without regard for their superior's demise. By the time dawn broke, the Imperial Japanese Army had secured the first section of Borneo's beach, while another invasion was taking place in the northern Philippines. Despite the initial victory, the price the Japanese had paid was steep. Over 3,000 soldiers had died, and several armored vehicles were no longer operable. This set the stage for a long and brutal war. Berenger sat back in his war room and gazed upon a map sprawled across a large table. The island of Borneo had caught his interest, while his military officers continued to update the positions of the wooden figures representing the factions at play. Empress Itami Ryo of the Japanese Empire had invaded the Mujahid Empire to secure a stable supply of bauxite, something Berenger had not only anticipated but had an active hand in deciding. However, in her hubris, Itami had also invaded the northern Philippines at the exact same time. As a result, conflicts were occurring in 2 areas, and while the Mujahid Empire managed to hold some of its ground, Manila had fallen within the hour of the Japanese invasion. Despite all of this, a stoic expression remained on the Kaiser's face as he listened to a comms operator report on the latest losses the Imperial Japanese Army had suffered. It is confirmed that 3 out of 3 floatplanes are Kia. The credit goes to Majapahit flak guns stationed in the interior of Borneo. As of this moment, the Imperial Japanese Army is advancing while blind. In the next moment, a German officer approached the map and removed the wooden figures representing the 3 floatplanes that the Nagato-class battleship carried on its deck. These reconnaissance aircraft were crucial to the Japanese war effort and had only been taken out so early because the Japanese had not expected their enemy to be equipped with anti-aircraft capabilities. No doubt Itami would be seething when she finally learned of this disaster. Despite this good news, Berenger remained completely unfazed, with an ice-cold expression on his face as he continued to listen to the incoming reports. It has just been confirmed, 5 Type 4s are Kia. The Japanese army has made first contact with Majapahit anti-tank guns. The weapon the comms officer referred to was none other than the 8.8 cm Pak 43, which Berenger had invested a large sum in mass-producing for his allies in the East. Over the past 6 months, the Indian Empire, the Majapahit Empire, the Joseon dynasty, and the Ming dynasty had been sold thousands of these weapons in direct preparation for this conflict. After learning that Itami had begun mass-producing tanks and aircraft, Berenger ensured that both his allies and he himself were equipped with proper countermeasures. To this end, he created a modified variant of the Jagdpanther, a dedicated tank destroyer from his past life. The modification was not difficult, as the tank destroyer used the same chassis as his other armored vehicles and equipped the 8.8 cm Pak 43 as its main armament. Although Germany had yet to fully commit its forces to this war, due to the lack of a defensive pact with the Majapahit Empire, Berenger knew it was only a matter of time before Itami made a mistake and gave him a casus belli. Every day, the German war machine continued to produce more equipment. Updates streamed into the room, and the map was updated according to the latest intelligence. Finally, the comms operator gave Berenger the words he wanted to hear most: the Japanese advance in Borneo has halted. It appears they are waiting for more men and supplies before continuing their assault. However, it would seem that the northern isles of the Philippines are now completely under Japanese occupation. Since the Imperial Japanese Army invaded the 2 regions, Berenger had remained completely emotionless. It was only after hearing this last bit of news that Berenger finally began to smile. Naturally, the Ming Emperor would be upset about this recent invasion of the northern Philippines. After all, the territory was owned by several Ming tributaries. However, now that the entire region had fallen into the hands of the Japanese Empire, Berenger could make use of this tragedy to set a trap against his rivals in Japan. Thus, it came as no surprise when he issued a direct order to one of the comms operators after hearing the news. "Get the Ming Emperor on the line. I need to speak with him." The comms operator did exactly as he was told, and within a few minutes, Berenger was having a private discussion with the Emperor of the Ming dynasty. "Shu Wudi, I suppose you have heard what the Japanese have done?" There was an obviously disgruntled voice on the other end, as the Ming Emperor spat back to Berenger in a rather foul tone. "Have you come to gloat, O mighty Kaiser, or do you actually have a solution to my current headache?" This crass response elicited a chuckle from Berenger, but a deep sneer soon stretched across his face. His next words would deal a mighty blow to his rivals in Japan. "For this unprovoked attack on several of your tributaries, I feel that economic sanctions are in order, don't you think?" Despite Berenger's suggestion, the only thing on Zhu Wudi's mind was his fury, and he was quick to vent it. "Economic sanctions? How many times has this little witch gone out of her way to provoke me? And what have I ever done to her? I have half a mind to sail my troops across the pond and attack her home directly for this outrage." Berenger lowered the phone from his ear and allowed the Ming Emperor to continue his rant for some time, briefly checking in every few seconds. The level of obscenities Zhu Wudi had directed at Itami was considerable. Eventually, the man calmed down enough for Berenger to get a word in, which he was quick to take advantage of. "Wudi, my friend, you need to calm down and think rationally. If you were to invade Japan now, all you would accomplish is creating a power vacuum for the next great threat to exploit. Listen to me, Itami's economy is already struggling. If you cut off her only means of trade, it will collapse entirely. Then she will have to deal with the outrage of her starving people as she sends their sons to die in vain for a foreign cause. Your response should be simple but effective. Cut off all trade with Japan, and together we will convince the rest of the world to do the same. Once we do this, her paper currency will be worthless. Besides, you may not be aware, but Itami's transition away from the gold standard has already upset many of the samurai clans under her rule. Make that paper worthless, and they will line up to cut off the bitch's head. First, we respond with economic sanctions, and if she still acts this way, military intervention will follow. Naturally, Berenger had left out the part about his wife's counterfeit operations, which were set to begin the moment the Ming dynasty ceased trade with the Japanese Empire. By now, millions of false banknotes were already within the Japanese mainland, just waiting to enter circulation. As Berenger was thinking about this, one of the comms operators reported some unexpected news. It is just confirmed, 2 Japanese destroyers have struck mines off the coast of Java and have been destroyed. The Japanese invasion force that was inbound to the Majapahit capital is turning back to Borneo. Berenger nearly shouted in excitement upon hearing this news, but he restrained himself because he was still on the radio with the Ming Emperor. He had not only made ample preparations by supplying the Majapahit Empire with weapons and training for the war. Over the past 6 months, the Kriegsmarine had also laid thousands of mines throughout critical waterways within the maritime borders of the Majapahit Empire, making it nearly impossible for Itami's fleet to attack their capital. After calming himself, Berenger returned his focus to the radio, where he could hear Zhuwudi pondering Berenger's suggestion. Ultimately, after several moments of silence, the Emperor responded, "Very well, we shall do it your way. Together, we will convince the entire world to halt trade with the Japanese Empire. If she continues to struggle, then I will be forced to intervene in the northern Philippines and the Joseon dynasty." Itami had made a grave mistake by invading the northern Philippines. Seizing Borneo for its vast bauxite deposits was one thing, but taking the strategically important land in the northern Philippines was another. By doing so, Itami had betrayed her largest trading partner, an act they would not tolerate a second time. As for Berenger, he simply sat back and fanned the flames of war so that they burned his enemies alone. It was not yet time for the Reich to display its true power to the world, not until a proper casus belli had occurred. But when it did, Japan would feel the wrath of the German Empire as no other had in history. Itami stared at the map, which displayed the most recent information about her current overseas operations, with a gaze of disbelief. She did not understand how this had happened. For 6 months, she had kept her plans to invade Borneo an absolute secret, so much so that the majority of the troops sent to conquer the island had no idea they were heading to Borneo until the day of the assault. Instead, all efforts were directed towards the northern Philippines as her target. Yet, the Majapahit Empire not only knew she would be attacking, but they had made ample preparations. While Itami had known for some time that Germany was supplying and training the Majapahit army, she had assumed it was at a technological level on par with the Anangpur and Bengal armies. Never in her wildest dreams would she have expected heavy machine guns, light machine guns, semi-automatic rifles, anti-tank guns, flak guns, and advanced artillery to be spread across the islands, let alone ocean mines protecting the Majapahit capital from her fleets. The war had only just begun, and in a single day, Itami had lost roughly 10,000 troops, 24 armored vehicles, 6 floatplanes, and 2 destroyers. All for a measly 50 square kilometers of land in Borneo. Luckily, the operation in the northern Philippines had gone off as planned. Within a single day, the Imperial Japanese Army completely occupied the entire region, and Itami had half a mind to conscript the locals and send them into Borneo to replenish her losses. Ultimately, Itami was forced to halt her advance in Borneo and rethink her strategy. It had become abundantly clear that a single division was not enough to defeat her enemies in the region. She would have to send at least 50,000 men if she wanted to take Borneo, and that was a low estimate. As the albino beauty wallowed in her losses, further distress entered the room when one of her statesmen interrupted her brooding to add to her pile of disappointments. Tenahika-sama. The Ming dynasty has responded to our invasion of the northern Philippines. They have placed economic sanctions against our empire. As of now, we have no trading partners. A murderous glare appeared in the Japanese empress's blood-red eyes as she heard this news. She knew this was a possibility, but she had at least expected a diplomatic discussion about her surprise invasion. To outright sanction her over this minor offense, there was only one man responsible, and she knew exactly who to blame. Through her gritted teeth, Itami hissed the name of her greatest enemy. Berenger von Kufstein. Itami's mind was already at its limits of stress, and when she heard this news, she could not help but shriek at her generals as if she were a banshee. Everyone out. Now! Not wanting to upset the Empress, every man and woman in Itami's war room fled as if nerve gas had flooded the room. Once they were gone and the door was shut behind her, the albino beauty flew into a fit of rage, knocking the wooden pieces representing the factions at war off the map with a swipe of her hand. While she gazed upon the scattered figures, a deep sense of calm overwhelmed her enraged heart, as if the arms of her most beloved had wrapped themselves around her. In Itami's mind, she heard the words of a man she knew did not exist in this world. My love, what is wrong? So your plans did not go your way. Such a thing is natural in life. What you should be doing is adapting to your circumstances and thinking of how best to make your counterattack. If the enemy is heavily entrenched in the jungles, with weapons capable of halting your advance, then there is really only one solution, is there not? Did you not prepare the DH.98 mosquito specifically for this possibility? Itami sighed heavily as she looked behind her and gazed upon the figure of her past life's love interest, which she knew was only a figment of her imagination. Yet, in her mind, it was so vivid, as if he were truly standing right there in front of her. But, Julian, they have sufficient anti-air capabilities, and I don't have any carriers. How am I supposed to get enough bombers into the air above Borneo to perfectly bombard their entrenched positions? The ghost of Julian grabbed Itami's dainty chin and wiped the tears from her eyes while assuring her that such a thing was entirely within her power. As usual, my love, you are overthinking things. Your bombers have a range of 2,400 kilometers, and you have already established air bases in the southern Philippines. You have more than enough mosquitoes for a round trip. Sure, you might lose a few of your bombers, but your industry is more than capable of replacing them, especially since they are largely made out of wood. There's a reason you invested in aircraft like the Ki-106 and the DH.98 Mosquito. It's because you know you lack access to bauxite. However, you can mass-produce wooden planes at a quicker rate than the Germans can manufacture their aluminum ones, and thus you have the advantage in terms of how many aircraft you can deploy against your enemies. The solution to your problem is simple. First, you must flatten the enemy bunkers and trenches, and then, when they are reeling from the damage, you should advance your armor and infantry from all sides. Once they are surrounded and their heaviest weapons are destroyed, they will fold like a paper tiger. The tears in Itami's eyes had long since dried, and a smile appeared on her lips as she thanked the spectral image of her deceased love interest before attempting a kiss. Thank you, Julian. I don't know what I would do without you. However, just as the Japanese empress was about to kiss the figure in front of her, he vanished, leaving her alone in the war room. A slight pout formed on Itami's lips as she realized once again that she couldn't fulfill her desire. However, she quickly snapped out of it and summoned her forces into the room, where she relayed Julian's orders to them. With this strategy in place, Itami planned her second offensive, one she felt would bring her much more success. As for Berenger, when he learned how quickly the woman had adapted against him, his opinion of the Japanese empress rose ever so slightly. While Itami was focusing all her efforts on her campaign in Borneo, Berenger was rather lax about the whole situation. He spent very little time in his war room, catching up on the latest updates. The reason behind this was simple: over the past 15 years, he had established a highly competent chain of command that was entirely capable of waging war without his input. Since this was a proxy war at the moment, there really wasn't much that Berenger needed to do himself. This was something that Empress Itami Ryo lacked in her own government, and as a result, she was forced to micromanage every second of the war that she was awake for. As for Berenger, he had a very important meeting with another German monarch. The political structure of the German Empire was split into several small kingdoms, principalities, and grand duchies, at least as far as the fatherland was concerned, with the King of Austria also being the Emperor of Germany. However, there were other monarchs in name only, and one of these was Dietger von Wittelsbach, the King of Bavaria. It had been some time since the engagement between Anne and the third Prince of Saxony had been broken, and suitors had lined up at the door of the Bavarian king, seeking the girl's hand in marriage. Naturally, Berenger had sent a letter to the man, informing him of his intentions to marry and off to his eldest son, Hans von Kufstein. Dieter took interest in this prospect but decided to play hard to get in an attempt to gain a more considerable dowry from the Kaiser. This was a game Berenger did not want to play, so he said nothing for several months while working behind the scenes to spread rumors about the girl's romantic involvement with his son. After a while, Dieter had no choice but to visit Kufstein Palace, where Berenger sat on his throne with a cup of tea in his hand. His Bavarian counterpart knelt before him. With a cruel sneer, Berenger spoke to the Bavarian king in a haughty tone. "Dieter, my old friend. How nice of you to visit me on this fine morning. Tell me, have you considered my offer? You should already be aware of how smitten your daughter is with my son, and I think it would be best for everyone if the two of them ended up together. Who knows, the child born to them one day might even be the Kaiser himself." Dieter's face frowned as he rose from his kneeling position and stood before the Kaiser. He had attempted to win a greater prize but had lost. Once news spread about him being one of Hans' girls, nobody dared to step on the toes of the firstborn prince. Soon enough, everyone who had presented an offer to Dieter withdrew it, all except for one, the man sitting before him. Thus, with a heavy sigh, King Dieter von Wittelsbach admitted defeat. "I should have known I couldn't win against you, my Kaiser. You are far too powerful for a petty king like myself to play against. Very well, I accept your offer. My daughter and will be betrothed to your eldest son, Hans. In exchange, I accept a substantial dowry. After all, the girl is highly sought after." However, Berenger's response nearly drove the man mad. The Kaiser sipped his tea before speaking with an arrogant smirk on his handsome face. "Was highly sought after. I'm afraid her value has been heavily diminished. In fact, you are unlikely to find any man other than my boy Hans to be her husband, should the truth of their relationship be revealed." This comment caught Dieter by surprise, and he quickly inquired about the meaning behind Berenger's words. "What do you mean? What has your little brat done to my precious daughter?" A frown appeared on Berenger's face as he slowly placed his teacup on a nearby saucer, then glared at the man standing across from him. There was a hint of malice in his tone as he gave the King of Bavaria a strict warning about his language. "Careful, Dieter. Have you forgotten your place, or where you currently stand? You are in my house, and I demand respect. As for who is at fault here, I would wager that your daughter was the one who took advantage of my underage son. She's quite the temptress, spreading her legs for a teenage boy in return for a commitment to marriage. Truly a devious scheme, wouldn't you say? I'll give you this, your daughter knows what she wants and how to get it. Now, if you want this delicate matter to remain a secret between our two houses, I suggest you accept what I decide to give you in exchange for your daughter's hand in marriage to my eldest son." Dieter's face turned unsightly as he thought of the possibility of his youngest daughter engaging in such a scandalous act. He quickly retorted to Berenger in a voice filled with fury. "You lie. My daughter and would never do something so scandalous." To this, Berenger simply scoffed, then delivered a devastating blow to Dieter's world. "You can ask your daughter if you wish, though if she hasn't chosen to share her plans with you by now, I doubt she will be honest if you corner her about this subject. I assure you, my son cares for her deeply, and though he has been manipulated by and he doesn't seem to mind. Your daughter will marry the first prince of Germany, a boy who, as it stands, is the most likely to succeed my position. A boy to whom your daughter has already willingly given her body and whom she seems to deeply respect. In the event that Hans does become the next Kaiser, your daughter will be one of two women whose bloodlines are capable of succeeding the throne. Is that not enough for you? Are you truly so impoverished that you would demand a large chest of gold from me?" Dieter had no words. He did not know what annoyed him more, the fact that his daughter had done something so scandalous behind his back, or that the Kaiser had just insinuated he was poor for wanting a proper bride's price. At that moment, Dieter wanted nothing more than to break into the aerial warfare academy and interrogate his daughter about what she had been doing without his notice. However, the confidence in Berenger's voice as he bluntly announced the young woman's shameful actions was very convincing. So much so that Dieter had no choice but to bow his head and once more accept his defeat at the hands of the man sitting on the gilded throne. Very well. I accept whatever offer you are willing to give me in exchange for my daughter's betrothal to your eldest son, Hans. If that is all you have to say on the matter, then I will be returning home immediately. I wish I could say it was a pleasure speaking to you, but it rarely is. With that, the King of Bavaria marched out of the Kufstein Palace with his tail between his legs. As for Berenger, he would inform Hans of this good news upon his graduation, which was rapidly approaching. For now, the boy still had to meet another one of his fiancées, and Berenger did not wish to complicate matters further. Klaudia Hazelreader was a young princess of the Kingdom of Italy. Her lineage was a complicated matter. Her father was an Austrian soldier from South Tyrol who had been chosen by Kaiser Berenger von Kufstein to rule over the Kingdom of Lombardy and later over Italy as a whole. Her mother was a native Italian from a minor but notable noble family known as the Da Vinci. The Da Vinci bloodline had nearly been wiped out during Berenger's war for independence, but one young woman remained and won the heart of King Bruno Hazelreader. Klaudia was a kind and gentle girl, no older than 10. She had olive skin like her mother, dark hair, and matching eyes. In fact, one might mistake her for a full-blooded Italian at first glance, a trait she shared with her siblings. Among Bruno's daughters, Berenger found Klaudia to be the most suitable for his eldest son to marry when they came of age. Her intellect surpassed her sister's, and her appearance was adorable, as if she were a living doll. The Kaiser knew that when Klaudia grew older, she would be a beauty to rival any of Hans' current women. Hans had been given a day off from university at the Kaiser's orders to visit Klaudia in her home within the city of Milan. He sat in Bruno's palace in full uniform, sipping a cup of tea and awkwardly conversing with a girl 4 years younger than himself, whom he was meeting for the first time. It became immediately apparent that the girl was shy, or perhaps this was just around Hans. She struggled to voice her thoughts, silently eating her sweets and drinking her tea like a refined young princess. Hans was well experienced with the opposite sex, far beyond what a boy his age should have been. Thus, he could only smile and be charming as he spoke to the young girl about his future career as a pilot in the German Air Force, a topic that seemed to garner Claudia's interest. Well, you see, Klaudia, in Germany we have these machines that are capable of flying high in the sky. We call them airplanes or planes for short. These planes can be used to transport goods and personnel, or as dedicated attack craft. I'm personally certified to fly several types of aircraft, and when I graduate from university, I will join the ranks of the Luftwaffe. That basically means Air Force, which is a branch of our military that deals with airplanes. The young princess gradually began to come out of her shell as she looked upon her Prince Charming with wide eyes while he spoke about technological wonders she could only dream of. Naturally, she had her own questions regarding air travel and was quick to voice them. Really? You mean you have flown in the sky before? That's amazing. To most of the people Hans usually associated with, that was par for the course. He associated mostly with other pilots or those who would become pilots after graduating from the Aerial Warfare Academy. However, in this little girl's eyes, what was a basic function of his job was the most amazing thing she could think of. It sort of caused the boy to have an inflated sense of pride as he further talked about his career. There's a war coming, Klaudia, but it's not something you have to worry about, as Italy won't be involved. I will soon be flying over the Pacific, fighting against the Japanese pilots in the air, far above the ocean. I hope to make my family proud when I am finally let loose on the enemy. Klaudia had a hint of worry in her dark brown eyes. She had just met this boy, but she already enjoyed spending time with him. The idea of him marching off to war filled her little heart with fear and confusion. Why must you go to war? Aren't you a little young for that? Father says that only men 18 and older are allowed to join the Italian army. Hans simply chuckled and petted the girl's wavy hair as he explained his exemption to this rule. In Germany, when a man turns 18, he is required to join the armed forces. However, I am a little smarter than most boys, and am about to graduate from college at the age of 14. My father has decided to make an exception and allow me to join the Luftwaffe 4 years early. I already have my flight certification. All I need to do now is graduate from the Aerial Warfare Academy and officially enter the ranks of the Luftwaffe. You see, my father believes that this war with Japan will be the last war Germany faces for a very long time. Thus, he has decided that, as his future successor, I need actual combat experience to effectively lead the German military when I become the next Kaiser. From the moment I saw my father take flight as the first pilot in history, I knew I wanted to spend my years of service as a pilot. As the Imperial Prince, my father has made sure my dreams come true, even if it means sending me to the battlefield at a young age. The young girl's eyes sparkled as she heard how impressive her fiancé was. She blushed and looked away as she complimented the boy for his courage. You must be very brave, facing such dangers at such a young age. I doubt even father would have had the courage to do so when he was your age. Unbeknownst to the young couple, the King of Italy was listening closely to their conversation from the other side of the door. When he heard his precious daughter insult him in such a manner, he clutched his wounded heart. His face was a mask of unimaginable agony, as if his heart had been pierced by a lance. Neither Hans nor Klaudia noticed this, so they continued their conversation. Hans blushed slightly before responding to Claudia's question. Well, I wouldn't call myself brave, just confident. I know my own abilities, and I'm certain that no one can match me in the air. Thus, I have no fear of returning home safely, no matter what difficulties I may face in Asia. Klaudia smiled, imagining her future husband as a war hero. She nodded before making a decision, leaning over to kiss Hans on the cheek. I'll be waiting for your safe return. I don't know how long wars last, but when you visit me next, I hope we're old enough to get married. Hans's face turned fully red at this comment. Compared to his other fiancées, Klaudia was too young, pure, and naive for him to know how to respond. If Noemi or Veronica had said something like that, he could have maintained a stoic facade, but Claudia's innocence forced him to look away in embarrassment. From this first meeting, Hans was certain he looked forward to visiting Klaudia often, eager to see the woman she would become. As for whether he would be able to do that, only time would tell. After all, war with Japan was looming, and the moment he graduated from university, Hans would be assigned to a unit and shipped off to some airbase or carrier across the globe. For now, he simply enjoyed the time spent with the girl, because tomorrow he would be back in Kufstein to finish his classes. What was perhaps the first instance of anti-aircraft weaponry being used in warfare occurred over the island of Borneo. The Japanese invasion of the Majapahit Empire continued, and it quickly became clear that the 8.8 cm flak cannons employed by the Royal Majapahit Army were more than capable of annihilating the floatplanes used by Japanese battleships for reconnaissance. Within the first 24 hours of the invasion, Itami had lost 6 planes and 6 pilots to these AA installations. Desperate to eliminate these positions, she ordered 100 bombers from the Japanese airbase in the southern Philippines to bomb the fortified areas where these anti-aircraft guns were located. Lieutenant Ishino Sadayori, one of Japan's first pilots, was embarking on his first actual mission. Inside the mostly wooden DH-98 Mosquito multi-role combat aircraft, he carefully piloted the plane toward its destination. This mission was extremely dangerous, as the weapons the Germans had sold to the Majapahit army were fully capable of taking out these bombers if they were not careful. Lieutenant Ishino knew there was a high probability of death, but for the war goddess, he was willing to give up his life. Thus, he flew at full speed toward the island of Borneo, where several fortifications housed the anti-aircraft guns he and his fellow pilots aimed to destroy. The crewman in his aircraft shouted to the pilot as explosions detonated left and right, rocking the fragile aircraft as it continued to press forward. Keep it steady. The last thing we need, however, before the airman could finish his complaint, he glanced out the left side of the plane and saw another bomber, no more than 50 meters away, get blasted into pieces by an anti-aircraft shell. What remained of the plane was lit aflame and fell from the sky at high velocity. This frightening sight immediately silenced the man, as Lieutenant Ishino focused on surviving just long enough to drop the payload. Left, right, front, and back, dozens of the 100 or so bombers taking part in this operation were torn apart by the heavy fire of the Majapahit flak guns. The airmen said their prayers to their gods, fearing the next explosion would claim their lives. Indeed, one had detonated nearby, causing one of the engines aboard the aircraft to catch fire. The bomber quickly began losing altitude, and the airmen prepared their parachutes to escape through the side hatch. Once the last crewman was in the doorframe, he gazed back at Lieutenant Ishino and urged him to join the rest of his crew. "Lieutenant, it's time to bail. We must jump now, or we won't make it." However, the pilot refused and yelled back at his crew with determination in his voice. "Go! It has been my honor to serve alongside you." The airman hesitated before saluting the pilot one last time, then plunged into the sky, free-falling until they reached the maximum depth to pull their chutes. As for Lieutenant Ishino, he quickly placed a rising sun headband over his pilot's cap and screamed a battle cry as he drove the plane directly into the nearest anti-aircraft installation. Tenahika Banzai! In the very next moment, he dropped the payload of 4 230-kilogram bombs onto the facility before crashing directly into the largest gun. The combined explosion was enough to demolish the fort and everything within it. As for the rest of the Japanese bombers, 50 out of 100 would complete their mission, and only 25 of those would return to the airbase in the Philippines. Upon their return, they would rearm, refuel, and head straight back out with reinforcements. Within a single week, Itami had lost nearly 200 bombers but had effectively eliminated 90% of the enemy's anti-aircraft capabilities. This allowed the remaining bombers to attack Borneo's surface with impunity, weakening the Majapahit fortifications. Within a week of their initial invasion, the Japanese had mobilized 50,000 soldiers. Many of these were conscripts from the colonies, given a uniform, rifle, and ordered to charge machine gun nests under threat of death from behind. More veteran ethnic Japanese troops marched in the rear, pushing these conscripts forward. Only after 52,000 men and hundreds of armored vehicles had landed on Borneo did the Japanese plan their next stage of advancement. Since the Imperial Japanese Army had halted, they had been sending out advanced troops to burn down the thick jungle foliage with flamethrowers, clearing a path for the tanks and APCs. These pioneers had come under attack multiple times by Majapahit guerrillas, and the overall losses to date were roughly 8,000 men. Relieved to have new reinforcements, the Japanese soldiers quickly advanced forward. Among them was Staff Sergeant Oyama Hirayori, commander of a Type 4 Cheetah medium tank. He sat in the small confines of the vehicle as it advanced on the path laid out for it. After traveling nearly 30 kilometers, they finally reached what could be considered the front lines of the ongoing conflict, where an infantry brigade was assaulting a heavily fortified enemy trench line. A smug look appeared on the tank commander's face as he received orders from the tank in front via a flag waved out the hatch, instructing him to advance and trample the barbed wire perimeter. However, as the tanks began to fan out and attack, a curious sight appeared through Sergeant Oyama's periscope. An explosive projectile hit the lead tank of their battalion and exploded on the spot. The Type 4 Cheetah medium tank proved incapable of withstanding a single shot from the 8.8 cm Pak 43 anti-tank guns the Germans had supplied the army with. The sight of their leader being obliterated with a single shot caused Oyama and his crew to nearly soil themselves in fright. Before they could react, another cloud of smoke emerged from the trench line, accompanied by a crackle of thunder. Before they knew it, another Type 4 had been obliterated. In the spur of the moment, Oyama instantly ordered the gunner in his tank to target the Pak 43. With a precise shot, an explosion occurred in the trench line where one of the many anti-tank guns was located. Oyama instantly cheered, but in the next moment, his tank was targeted by another Pak 43. Before he and his crew could fully celebrate, an anti-tank shell penetrated their vehicle's armor and detonated inside the cabin, killing the entire crew, including Oyama. Despite the death of yet another tank, the Japanese conscripts were forced forward through machine gun fire in what could only be referred to as a banzai charge, as they overwhelmed the trench line with superior numbers and firepower. Though the assault was costly, the fortifications were ultimately seized by the Japanese, and any prisoners of war were rounded up and hauled off. After all, Itami had been forced to sign the Vienna Accords in exchange for Minna, which meant the Imperial Japanese Army was now held to a higher standard than before. The war for Borneo would continue to be a bloody affair, and the Imperial Japanese Army would suffer heavy losses. However, bauxite was needed to create weapons to counter those of the Reich, and thus Empress Itami Ryo was willing to pay any price for victory. It had been months since Minna returned to the Japanese mainland, and during this time, she had shut herself away, ostensibly to grieve her family, or so Itami thought. In reality, the girl had been skulking about, eavesdropping on the Japanese empress's conversations without ever making contact. She secretly reported this information to German agents embedded in Japan, who would then convey it back to the Reich. Of course, Itami knew none of this and was operating under the assumption that the woman needed time to settle her emotions. However, the war in Borneo had raged for over a week, and during this time, Itami's losses were substantial. She had not expected such fierce resistance in the region and was unable to navigate her fleet to the Majapahit Empire's capital to swiftly end the war. As the casualties mounted, Itami had no choice but to confront Minna to learn what the woman had seen and heard during her time in the Reich. Currently, Minna was lying in her villa's bed when she heard a knock on the door. Mistaking the interruption for one of her servants, she was taken aback when she opened it to reveal Itami's sublime figure. The albino beauty stood in the doorway, her snow-white hair styled differently than usual. Though still long and straight, it was now adorned with double buns on the sides, much like her younger sister's. The ends of her hair and bangs were cut with squared ends, giving her a unique appearance. This change in hairstyle only enhanced the young woman's beauty, to the point where even Minna found it hard to take her eyes off Itami. For the first time in a long time, Itami wore a pleasant smile as she motioned towards the room and asked permission to enter.
Is it all right if I come in? I would like to have a chat with you about something important.
In truth, Minna did not know how to respond. Every inch of her soul wanted nothing more than to lash out at Itami and claim her life at that moment. However, she forced herself to remain calm, mustered all her strength to wear a false smile, and led Itami into her bedroom, preparing some tea.
Of course, Your Majesty, what did you wish to talk about?
Itami's brow raised slightly when she heard how Minna referred to her. Such a Western title was not what she was accustomed to. However, she suspected that this was the result of the psychological torture the girl had endured and decided to let it slide as she posed the immediate question on her mind.
I need to know. Did you meet with him? Did you meet with Berenger von Kufstein?
Minna's eyes drifted aside as she noticed the tea was ready, and she quickly avoided the subject. Naturally, Itami noticed this, and her voice grew a bit more firm as she asked the question again.
Minna, I need to know who he is and what he is capable of.
I'm already struggling to conquer a proxy he has funded, something he achieved with no difficulty against my own. If you have the chance to meet with him before your capture, I need to know what you think of him.
Memories resurfaced in Minna's mind of the one time she had seen the Kaiser in the flesh.
The man was confident, charming, and, above all, handsome. However, what stuck out the most to her was the red-headed beauty by his side. Aside from perhaps Itami herself, Minna had never seen such a beautiful woman before, one who made her feel deeply envious. Naturally, Itami noticed the look in the woman's eyes as she recalled these memories and called out to her once more.
Minna!
At that moment, the Josian princess snapped back to reality, sighed heavily, and poured the tea. Only after completing this task did she kneel down at the table and report what little she knew about the man in question. I only interacted with him once, but it was enough for him to tell that I was up to no good. You see, after entering the Reich, I was effectively quarantined to a small area of the capital city called Little Kyoto, where the Germans keep the Japanese defectors. During this time, I was forced to seek employment and worked at a small restaurant as a hostess. One night, the Kaiser came in with his wife. Minna seemed to lose track of her thoughts as she reflected on the overwhelming beauty of Linda and sighed lightly, as if she were a schoolgirl with a crush. Itami mistook this for an attraction to Berenger and immediately complained, I know he is attractive, Minna, but keep your mind on track.
Minna snapped back to reality and quickly cleared up any confusion Itami might have. I'm not thinking about him. Although he was rather dreamy. No, I'm talking about his wife.
Flawless alabaster skin, long legs, thick thighs, a perfect hourglass body with curves in all the right places.
And her breasts.
I dare say they are every bit as perfect as your own. Her golden red hair flowed like locks of fire, and her stunning face. Her eyes were as blue as the azure sky. In all my years, I have never seen such a breathtaking woman. The way she smiled is enough to melt even the most stubbornly heterosexual woman's heart.
Oh, Itami, she was marvelous.
Itami could only glare at her subordinate, who looked like a love-stricken schoolgirl, and shuddered at just how stunning this woman was to make the Josian princess play for the other team. Minna continued talking about the dinner date Berenger and Linda had for some time before Itami snapped at her.
Minna! I want to know about Berenger, not his wife. You're telling me all he did was have dinner at your restaurant and immediately pegged you for a spy? There was nothing else? No other interaction? Just this? Minna quickly gulped down some of her tea before responding with a nod. She was quick to voice her thoughts on the matter as well. I think it was his wife who noticed me. Although she never directly looked at me, I could tell she always kept me in the corner of her eye. Then there were rumors I overheard while listening to the guards outside my cell. The rumors said the leader of German Imperial Intelligence was one of the Kaiser's wives. If that red-headed beauty was the one the guards were speaking about, it wouldn't surprise me if she had pegged me for a spy the moment I immigrated to the Reich and decided to use dinner with her husband as an excuse to verify my intentions. I don't know for sure, we never spoke. Nor did I say anything to the Kaiser beyond my employment as a hostess. Itami was beyond frustrated with how inept Minna had been during her time in the Reich. She had paid a monumental price for the woman's return, and the only information Minna had about Berenger was how beautiful his wife was and unverified rumors about her being the leader of German Imperial Intelligence. There were simply no words in Itami's mind about how to deal with this situation. She could only inquire about the Reich's technological capabilities and infer some information from them, so she quickly changed the subject. Enough about the Kaiser and his beautiful wife. I want to know what you saw while living in the Reich, before your capture. Minna sipped her tea slowly before giving Itami her honest opinion with a single phrase. If I were to tell you that you were out of your depth, would you believe me? This completely and utterly shocked Itami, who was quick to voice her disagreement. What do you mean? Just how advanced were they? The Josian princess looked around the room and sighed heavily before responding. In my honest opinion, even with your divine mirror, it would take you another 5 to 10 years to catch up to the Reich. Maybe more. I can't exactly explain all the technological wonders I witnessed during my time in Germany, because I don't understand them myself. Just know that you are lagging behind, and the gap is getting larger with each passing year. The good news is, the Germans have an overseas empire to manage, one that even I don't know how large it is. This means the amount of forces they will be able to dedicate to their war with you will be limited. So maybe, just maybe, you might have a fighting chance. Itami left the room stunned by this news and severely disappointed in herself. She had nearly tanked her economy to get Minna back, and what she gained in return was an abysmal amount of intelligence. She had hoped that Minna would provide insight into Berenger's character, but in the end, all Itami learned was that even with her recent technological advancements, the Germans were still far ahead. Itami sat in her war room with a frustrated expression on her pretty face. The war in Borneo had been ongoing for about 2 weeks, and her losses were mounting each day. Still, the territory she had gained was substantial. Many of the Majapahit fortifications in the northern part of the island had been seized by the Imperial Japanese Army. However, her gains were met with new challenges. Surprisingly, the anti-aircraft guns that Japanese bombers had destroyed were quickly replaced, and once again, Itami's planes were denied air superiority. Without the ability to safely launch reconnaissance aircraft over Borneo, it was anyone's guess how the Majapahit had been preparing their defenses. As if things couldn't get worse, Itami received more bad news from an agent of Japanese intelligence, who had a nervous expression on his chiseled face as he summarized the reports in his hands. Due to our conquest of the northern Philippines, the Ming Emperor has officially condemned us and severed all trade and diplomatic ties. Our merchants in China have been expelled, and we have lost contact with our intelligence agents in the area. To make matters worse, every Japanese citizen currently in the Majapahit Empire has been arrested and detained on suspicion of espionage and sabotage. Additionally, we have received letters of condemnation from every major power that signed the Vienna Accords. Furthermore, the German Navy has secured the waters leading to Java and Sumatra, claiming they are protecting their trade routes to China and access to their colonies in the south. This means that attacking the Majapahit capital to end this war quickly will not be possible without confronting them. So far, they have shown no direct aggression, but they are preventing us from attacking the supply lines they are providing for the Borneo defenders. This is how the anti-aircraft guns we destroyed were so quickly replaced. It seems the Germans either have a stockpile of these weapons or an industrial capacity we have severely underestimated. Itami could only sigh in defeat.
Even though the Germans were supplying her enemies, she dared not give the order to attack German shipping.
That would be counterproductive.
The entire reason she invaded Borneo was to secure the aluminum needed for more advanced aircraft. If the Germans were to become directly involved in this conflict, it would only be a matter of time before her forces were thoroughly defeated.
The Japanese Empress had to carefully consider her next move.
One wrong step, and she would face the full fury of the Reich.
Itami sat in silence for several moments before dismissing the intelligence agent.
She then began to formulate the next phase of her offensive. While Itami was coordinating the war effort in Borneo from her palace, the Majapahit defenders were doing everything they could to hold the line. After years of German propaganda against the Japanese, few men were willing to surrender, and most units had fought to the bitter end in the face of the Japanese advance. In the jungles of Borneo, a few camouflaged soldiers rushed through the woods with their weapons at the ready. Suddenly, the sergeant of the squad raised his arm, and the unit halted. They could hear the engines of the Type 4 medium tanks roaring in the distance, and the men slung their rifles over their shoulders, replacing them with a peculiar weapon. Not only had the Germans supplied the Royal Majapahit Army with dedicated anti-tank guns for use in their trenches against enemy armor, but they had also provided Panzerfausts to the Majapahit Empire. Each man in the guerrilla squad was equipped with one of these weapons, and thus they hid in the foliage, waiting for the enemy armor to reveal itself. Among these Majapahit guerrillas was a boy no older than 16. He loaded his Panzerfaust 2.5 and ensured it was ready to fire while aiming down its sights at the dirt road in front of him. Soon, the tanks and APCs began to roll by, and the sergeant of the squad gave the order to attack. With the pull of a trigger, a series of rocket-propelled grenades flew through the woods and exploded against the enemy's armored vehicles. The damage was devastating, as the Type 4 tanks at the front and rear of the formation were rendered inoperable. This forced the Japanese soldiers to bail from their APCs, only to be met with machine gun fire.
Among these Majapahit guerrillas was a man with an MG-27T light machine gun, who immediately began spraying bullets into the Japanese ranks. Blood burst forth as multiple bullets found their way into the bodies of the Japanese soldiers. Though they desperately tried to return fire, the Japanese were caught in a perfect ambush, and those who left the safety of their vehicles were quickly slaughtered. As for those who did not dare to show themselves, they met their end inside the vehicles. The Majapahit guerrillas opened the hatches to the armored vehicles and tossed stick grenades inside, killing any remaining occupants. It would be some time before the Japanese realized that the armored column had been annihilated, and by then, the guerrillas who had taken it out would be long gone. The Majapahit guerrillas looted whatever weapons and munitions they found useful from the corpses of the slain before fleeing back to camp.
Berenger sat in his office with the Majapahit princess, Angrani, on his lap. Naturally, she was deeply worried about her people and had come to hear the latest updates on the conflict in Borneo. The man had not said much, instead staring at a document on his desk. The folder contained a detailed report about the Royal Majapahit Army's capabilities, written by German field agents embedded in Borneo. Angrani, catching a glimpse of the folder, quickly inquired about its contents.
"What's in the folder?"
In truth, Berenger did not want to make an immediate decision about what was in the document, but since she had asked, he decided to be honest, especially since it concerned her people.
"It's a report on the ongoing conflict in Borneo.
My agents in the field have a few suggestions on how to boost the zeal of the Majapahit defenders."
This piqued Angrani's curiosity, and she pressed him about his hesitation. "Suggestions? Like what?"
Berenger sighed heavily before taking a large sip from his chalice. Only after he felt the effects of the alcohol did he explain what was troubling him.
"One of my agents has suggested we introduce a bounty system, where we would pay Majapahit soldiers for every Japanese soldier they kill.
It's a minor sum for us, but for them, it would be quite a bit of money. This would, of course, increase morale and make your people more willing to engage in combat."
Angrani did not understand why Berenger was hesitating to implement such a system, which she quickly voiced. "Is there any particular reason you haven't agreed to this bounty system yet?"
The Kaiser could only sigh and take another swig before announcing the issues he had with such a thing. "Eventually, my people will go to war with Japan. If we were to introduce such a system against them in Borneo, they would likely retaliate in kind. The last thing I need is for my soldiers to be dismembered for proof of a kill. Though Angrani understood Berenger's reasoning, she still wanted to do everything she could for her people. Thus, she pleaded with him to take the risk and implement the bounty system. I know I'm being selfish, but if this bounty system can help increase the morale of my people and their defense, then I think it is worth the risk.
Won't you at least consider it?
Berenger gazed over at the document once more and took another sip from his chalice before opening it and giving his stamp of approval. He knew that this idea would compel the Majapahit defenders to begin hunting the Japanese soldiers as sport. As long as he could deny that this was an idea of the Reich, he could ensure that such a brutal system was not implemented against his own armies when the time came for war. Upon seeing her lover stamp his approval on the document, Angrani jumped with joy before kissing Berenger passionately on the lips. The two of them would spend the next few hours reacquainting with each other, as it had been some time since Angrani had been intimate with her lover.
In the Bay of Brunei, a fleet of ships was transferring loads of men, equipment, and supplies onto the island of Borneo. The Imperial Japanese Navy was far from large enough to land multiple divisions of men in a single go.
Instead, they had spent well over a month ensuring a constant influx of personnel and resources into their theater of war. After being at war for nearly 2 months, the Imperial Japanese Army had seized Brunei and the lands north of it, where they had already begun searching for bauxite deposits to mine. However, despite this progress, the war was going far less smoothly than Empress Itami Ryo and her generals had anticipated. The Royal Majapahit Army had adopted a strategy of combined warfare, mixing guerrilla units with conventional forces to deadly effect. The death toll climbed each day. By now, over 10,000 Japanese soldiers lay dead in the jungles of Borneo. The Royal Majapahit Army's willingness to never surrender was the result of years of German propaganda, which highlighted the horrific acts committed by the Imperial Japanese Army in past campaigns. The men of Borneo were more than willing to die in battle against the enemy invaders rather than subject their families to the atrocities the Japanese were known to commit. However, with each mile the Japanese gained, they were forced to step over a mountain of bodies, and in doing so, they had unknowingly stumbled upon a deadly disease. This was a bioweapon that the Germans had planted for them. Berenger had ordered his scientists to create this deadly bioweapon, which came in the form of fleas carrying cholera. By now, thousands of Japanese soldiers were vomiting and defecating themselves to death in the trenches, to the point where they could no longer maintain their advance.
Instead, the Imperial Japanese Army had dug into their occupied territory, waiting for the disease to pass.
In the capital of the Japanese Empire, Itami Ryo stood in astonishment as she heard reports of the outbreak from her front lines. The albino beauty was furious, but not because a sudden outbreak of cholera had hampered her soldiers' advance. No, she was enraged because she knew, with every fiber of her being, that the ones responsible for this pandemic were her German adversaries. In a fit of rage, Itami found herself lacking the means to contact her enemies. After all, the Ming dynasty had severed all ties with the Japanese Empire following their invasion of the northern Philippines, and the Germans had only ever contacted her through their embassy in Beijing.
With no access to China, Itami had no way of confronting Berenger or one of his representatives. Biological warfare was not a possibility she had considered when she first challenged the Reich.
From Itami's perspective, such an act was not only criminal but a great evil, one that no sane person would ever commit. Of course, she had no proof of these accusations, and for all anyone knew, the outbreak of cholera could have occurred naturally in the region. But Itami knew better, or perhaps she just wanted someone to blame, and her rivals in the West were the easiest target. Eventually, she could no longer hold her tongue and lashed out at one of her generals standing by her side.
"This is Berenger's fault. I know it is. I don't know how he managed to do it, but the cholera outbreak in Borneo had to have come from Germany."
The general gazed at her as if she had gone mad with paranoia. Unlike the German Empire, Japan utterly lacked the medical industry to pull something like this off and was only slightly better off in the field of medicine than it had been prior to Itami's reign. The idea of the Germans being capable of introducing a disease to the battlefields of Borneo, when they had very little presence in the area, was simply absurd to them.
On some levels, humans had been engaging in biological warfare since time immemorial, though it was very crude, usually by disposing of disease-ridden carcasses into an enemy stronghold. Obviously, no such thing had occurred.
The Japanese generals would never have suspected that the Germans had deliberately taken fleas infected with cholera, bred a colony of them, and delivered them to the island of Borneo to infect the Japanese soldiers. Such an idea was simply preposterous to the Japanese generals, who knew virtually nothing about biology, let alone its weaponized form. Thus, one of the men was quick to voice his disagreement with the Empress of Japan. While the outbreak of cholera among our forces is unfortunate, I would hardly say the German Empire is responsible. How would they even manage such a thing without infecting themselves? It would be an utterly foolish endeavor to attempt. But Itami knew better than these men, for she had come from a world far more advanced, a world where antibiotics were prevalent, and biological warfare was outlawed by international law. Though Itami did not know how advanced the German Empire was, she still knew they were more advanced than her own civilization. The thought that they had advanced medicine to such a degree was truly staggering. Perhaps if Itami still had the Ming dynasty as a trading partner, she could pay a hefty price for some antibiotics that had made their way into China via trade with the Reich. But that was no longer a possibility. Now, Itami had no choice but to pull back her forces, who were still deploying to the region, fearing the cholera outbreak would spread to them. She could not afford to send tens of thousands of men to a disease-ridden area, where they were more likely to die in their own waste than from the enemy's bullets. Thus, she gave an order her generals were not expecting: quarantine our occupied territory in Borneo. Until this outbreak is over, not a single soldier is to set foot on the shores of Brunei. Our men already stationed there will have to fend for themselves. To leave tens of thousands of men to their deaths was far too cruel an order for any of the generals to stomach. And yet, they would not dare defy the Empress's commands. Thus, they were forced to put a temporary halt to their invasion until the outbreak had passed. As for the soldiers still stationed in Brunei, they were ordered to advance upon the Majapahit positions, even if it cost them their lives. Any ground conquered would be worth the price in lives that Empress Itami Ryo had already considered lost. No longer willing to listen to further reports, Itami returned to her bedroom and went to sleep at night, thinking of all the ways she planned to get back at Berenger for this greatest injustice. However, when she finally fell asleep, her unconscious mind had other thoughts, as the albino beauty dreamt of a rather intimate moment with the man she hated most in the world. The cholera outbreak in Borneo temporarily halted the transfer of soldiers, equipment, and supplies by the Imperial Japanese Navy to the shores of Brunei, where their primary outpost was located. The situation in Brunei was absolutely dire for the Japanese soldiers, many of whom were too ill to even march. Vomit and feces coated the trenches where the Imperial Japanese Army waited for medical support, which never arrived. Morale was at an all-time low for the roughly 50,000 men who had already deployed to the battlefield. Each passing day, their numbers dwindled as men succumbed to the disease, making their lives a living hell in the tropical environment. As for the Majapahit defenders, while they were initially afflicted with cholera, it wasn't long before antibiotics from the German Empire reached their ranks. By now, the cholera outbreak had become a one-sided affair, killing off the Japanese invaders in the thousands while not harming any of the Majapahit defenders. In fact, the Majapahit emperor, under Berenger's direction, ordered his troops to stand down and wait for the Japanese numbers to dwindle to a fraction of their original force, defending the territory the Japanese currently occupied. However, how could Berenger have anticipated the utter madness of a scorned woman? In what could only be called an act of spite, Itami ordered all the remaining Japanese soldiers in Borneo, regardless of their degree of sickness, to charge the Majapahit fortifications, which stood as a barrier between them and the southern half of the island. Encouraged by the cult of the war goddess, who threatened to torture any man who did not willingly die for Itami, tens of thousands of sickly Japanese soldiers were forced to march with their equipment towards the Majapahit lines. Those who fell were left to die in the mud as the sickly Japanese soldiers marched to certain death. Naturally, the Japanese left behind their armored vehicles for the next wave of Japanese troops to take advantage of. Losing infantry was one thing, they could be easily replaced, but losing an entire armored division's worth of vehicles was a loss the Japanese Empire would not easily recover from. Thus, it came as a surprise when, in the following days, gunfire echoed in the air outside one of the largest fortifications the Royal Majapahit Army had built in preparation for this war. The crackle of rifles, machine guns, and artillery resounded within the Majapahit trench line as the defenders quickly rose from their slumber and placed their helmets on their heads. What could only be described as a lethargic army of zombies was slowly making its way up the hill with weapons in hand, struggling not to soil themselves in the midst of their assault. One officer, who held his katana lazily by his side, doubled over and vomited into the mud as a bullet whizzed past where his head had been, before once more walking towards the trench as if all the strength had left his body. The Majapahit defenders aimed their semi-automatic rifles and heavy machine guns at the horde of Japanese soldiers, ruthlessly spilling the blood of the ill all over the jungle. Despite this slow and clearly suicidal charge, it was by no means easy to repel. The Japanese forces numbered in the tens of thousands, while the defenders of this large outpost were only a fraction of that. Eventually, the same sickly officer who had narrowly avoided death moments before made his way into the trench with his soldiers by his side. The man struggled to raise his pistol and fire shots at the Majapahit defenders, but he missed his targets before running forward with his sword raised. It was evident that the officer was using all the strength in his body to do so as he yelled his battle cry. Tenahika Band's dash, however, before he could complete the sentence, he vomited all over the soldier he was trying to stab and fell to his knees, no longer capable of standing in the tropical heat. The Japanese officer only glared at the Majapahit soldier with hatred before he tried again to raise his sword. However, before he could do so, the enemy shot him in the head with an 8mm projectile. The Majapahit soldier looked upon the now deceased officer with utter pity. In the next moment, a stray bullet narrowly missed his helmet, causing him to look up and aim his Gur-27 at a Japanese rifleman who was standing rather weakly above the trench with his rifle raised. The gaunt man tried to jump into the trench with his bayonet but was shot twice in the chest by the Majapahit soldier before he could do so. The lifeless body fell into the trench. More and more Japanese soldiers died trying to reach the trench line. Perhaps if they were in a condition to run, they would have overwhelmed the position and easily slain the meager numbers of Majapahit defenders. However, the Japanese were too sick to run in most cases and struggled with all their strength to even place one foot in front of the other. Many of them passed out in the field of barbed wire before they could meet their deaths at the hands of the defenders. For the Majapahit defenders, this was both a horrific and pitiful sight. The Japanese army continued to march to their deaths in a rain of machine gun fire as they struggled to ascend the hill and attack the defenders. If not for the fact that these men had invaded their homes, the Majapahit soldiers might have pitted their Japanese counterparts. Despite everything, the Japanese continued to move forward, driven by the fear of the men behind them, fanatical cultists who worshipped their empress. These cultists leaned on trees with submachine guns, ruthlessly gunning down any man who took a single step backward. In the end, the Majapahit defenders ran out of ammunition and were forced to defend their trenches and bunkers with bayonets, which ultimately led to their downfall. The Majapahit soldiers had slain between 10 and 20,000 Japanese attackers, but it did not matter. Another 20,000 men forced themselves forward with their last breaths to assault the defenders. Bayonets were driven through the bodies of both Majapahit and Japanese soldiers. In the end, the defenders of the fort were forced to retreat. While the Japanese had suffered a brutal massacre at the hands of the Majapahit defenders, enough of them remained to break through the front lines and hold them long enough for reinforcements to arrive, though they were unlikely to live to see the day. On this day, Itami had lost nearly half of her forces, which she had spent the last month sending into Borneo. However, she had broken the stalemate that had existed for over a week. For these deathly ill soldiers, this was not the end of their journey. Those who survived were on the march again to assault the next target, many of whom died along the way. By the time the next wave of Imperial Japanese soldiers arrived in Borneo, all that remained of the previous 50,000 men were trench lines filled with disease-ridden corpses and tattered banners. Itami ensured that the bodies of her soldiers were properly disposed of to help combat the cholera outbreak and protect her newest invasion force. The deaths of nearly 50,000 men came as a shock to the generals under Itami's command. However, only the Empress of Japan herself realized just how effective biological warfare was. Some ground was gained in this stage of the war, as tens of thousands of Japanese soldiers threw themselves into the meat grinder, knowing they were already dead from the affliction they suffered. Without the Japanese being able to field sufficient reinforcements to capitalize on this, the Royal Majapahit Army used the opportunity to reclaim ground previously occupied by the Imperial Japanese Army. It was only through swift action, including coastal bombardments and bombing campaigns, that Itami was able to hold on to her newly acquired territory. Soon, tens of thousands more Japanese soldiers were sent to Borneo, with thousands arriving each day, to retake the ground their predecessors had lost. During this time, Itami worked to mitigate the damage caused by the cholera outbreak by quarantining those with symptoms and disposing of their bodies with flamethrowers after they perished. Some Japanese soldiers survived by confiscating antibiotics from the trenches they invaded, while others evaded the deadly disease mostly by luck. What had been the cause of thousands of deaths on a weekly basis slowly decreased to about 100 deaths in the same time frame. Currently, a Japanese private named Tanuma Morisada was tightly clutching his rifle while on a nightly patrol. He was one of many recent conscripts, and like so many others, he found the jungles of Borneo dreadfully frightening, especially after dusk. Private Tanuma and his company had been sent deep into the jungle to secure a trench line that had been abandoned after the last invasion force was nearly wiped out in its entirety. Nobody knew what lay within this earthen fortification, but some said the spirits of the dead continued to haunt the jungles at night. Most Japanese soldiers thought such stories were nothing more than scary tales their counterparts made up to entertain themselves. However, on this night, as Tanuma stalked through the jungle under the moonlight, he and his fellow soldiers heard something mysterious. In the distance, within the trenches, an eerie moan could be heard, followed by heavy sobbing. The Japanese soldiers immediately halted in their tracks at the ghostly wail. Eventually, they heard voices spoken in Japanese, lamenting being trapped on this mortal plane, cursed to roam the lands where they had died in battle. A cold sweat broke out across Tanuma's forehead as he called out to the source of the voice, his heart beating heavily as if he were about to have a heart attack any second. "Who is out there? Show yourselves." In the next moment, a transparent figure appeared in the distance, hovering in the air. It took the form of what could only be described as a wounded Japanese soldier. The sight caused the living soldiers to jump in fright as they aimed their weapons and fired at the ghost. However, as if it were truly a wandering spirit, the bullets passed through the transparent figure without doing it the slightest harm. It then called out to its comrades and gave them a grim warning about their fates. "Flee now. As I should have done, for if you stay here, you will join me in this accursed state, doomed to wander the jungles of Borneo for eternity." After witnessing this baffling scene, the Japanese soldiers dropped their arms and ran as fast as they could in the other direction. It was only after they disappeared that the ghost vanished. In reality, this was not a haunting but an illusion created by German field agents using a technique known from Berenger's past life as Pepper's ghost. The voice was a recording played loudly for the Imperial Japanese soldiers to hear. This was a clever method devised by German Imperial intelligence to wage psychological warfare against the Imperial Japanese Army. Throughout the jungles of northern Borneo, Japanese night patrols reported sightings of these hauntings, which inspired hundreds, if not thousands, of soldiers to strip off their uniforms and desert their ranks. When news of the mass desertion and low morale reached Empress Itami Ryo, she was extremely furious. Standing in the war room of her palace in Heiankyo, the albino beauty was practically raging at her subordinates, who were discussing how to make these restless spirits move on from this plane of existence. If not for having witnessed a living deity in the flesh, Itami would never have entertained such superstitious nonsense. However, if deities existed, perhaps ghosts did as well. The idea that her soldiers had returned from the dead and inspired her forces to break ranks and desert the Imperial Japanese Army was not taken lightly by Itami. Despite pressure from her generals to stop the night patrols due to rapidly deteriorating morale, Itami was not entirely convinced that the hauntings were supernatural. Instead, she suspected it might be a trick by the opposition, specifically German agents, whom she knew were embedded in the field. After all, she remembered reading in the West Point Library about a similar tactic used by the CIA during the Vietnam War of her past life. Though they didn't manifest ghosts visually via illusions, they did play recordings of spirits of the dead Vietnamese soldiers in the jungles as an attempt at psychological warfare. In the modern era, this was generally seen as a failed attempt by the American military, as the North Vietnamese soldiers and the Viet Cong who were targeted knew that the voices didn't really belong to ghosts. However, this was the medieval era, and Itami had not done much to dispel the myths of yokai, ghosts, and other fictitious monsters among her population. Thus, they were far more likely to believe that the spirits of their dead comrades, especially after the recent massacre, were indeed haunting the jungles of Borneo. This presented a problem, as her people were already suffering from biological warfare. To be the targets of an extensive psychological warfare operation on top of it, Itami could only clench her fists in anger and deter further desertion through strict punishments for those caught in the act. The Japanese generals gazed upon their empress, who refused to halt the night operations, and instead chewed them out for being a bunch of superstitious old fogies.
You think Borneo is haunted? Fat chance. This is far more likely an extensive operation of psychological warfare that the Germans are playing at.
I say the next time one of these so-called ghosts is spotted, we drop an artillery barrage on its position and see if it remains unharmed.
Looks of utter disbelief appeared in the war room.
As the Japanese generals and intelligence operatives gazed upon their empress with total shock, many of them had indeed believed that the sightings of these wailing spirits were real. Yet their empress was convinced that this was merely a trick the Germans were playing. Nobody in the room, aside from Itami herself, knew exactly how such an illusion could be created. They thought she had lost her mind for daring to challenge the supernatural.
Still, none of these men denied the orders of the Japanese empress.
Instead, they gave her a solid salute before dispatching the orders on how to deal with the hauntings. As for Itami, she was no longer feeling well enough to manage the war effort and retired to her bedroom, completely exhausted from the day's work. Once alone, she could not help but voice her true thoughts aloud.
Idiots, the lot of them.
Believing that our dead are now ghosts haunting the battlefield and encouraging our soldiers to desert.
Utter foolishness.
How can they not see that this is clearly the work of the damned Germans? Itami then gazed longingly at her Julian pillow and wrapped her arms around it, as if it were the man she longed for.
Oh Julian, how would you handle such utter foolishness among your own ranks?
I can't very well disprove the idea that these are actual hauntings, but I know in my heart that this is the work of that bastard Berenger. After saying this, Itami gazed at a portrait of Berenger that hung on her wall. This was not the same one that had previously stood in its place. She had damaged that piece of art in a fit of fury. Instead, Itami had paid a small fortune to a Ming art collector to smuggle in a new painting of the Kaiser. Interestingly, Princess Helga von Kufstein had actually painted this portrait, and it was of even greater quality than the last one. However, one thing Itami noticed was that in this new portrait, Berenger appeared even more handsome than before. After all, it had been painted by Helga after her father returned from Iceland and underwent a physical transformation. Even Itami herself would get lost in thought, staring at this portrait from time to time. Thus, it came as no surprise when she finally bit her lip and admitted defeat to the man she claimed to despise most of all in this wretched world. Well played, Berenger. It seems you have outmaneuvered me once again, but I assure you that just because I have lost this battle does not mean I have lost the war. After saying this, Itami slipped out of her clothes, draped a white lace nightgown over her flawless body, and climbed into bed, where she would get more sleep than she had over the past 3 days combined.
Berenger sat in his office with Adelbrand and Linda by his side. Both had reports in their hands about the ongoing conflict in Borneo and the Reich's preparations for the eventual war with Japan.
Adelbrand seemed happier than usual, possibly because he had just taken another wife, which Berenger attended as his best man. A smirk played on the German field marshal's face as he handed over a document summarizing the ongoing efforts to establish military bases in Australia, Hawaii, and the west coast of Lindheim. As you can see, Adelbrand said, over the past year, we have made significant progress in the region you refer to as Australia. Though the natives initially proved somewhat difficult to remove due to the sparsity of their settlements, I can proudly say that we have now exterminated an estimated 82% of their total population. We have also invested a considerable sum in the construction of a large naval and air base in the northeastern corner of the continent, which acts as a refueling station for our fleets in the Pacific. Progress is underway for the establishment of a similar base within the island chain of Hawaii and on the west coast of Lindheim. According to reports from the field, the natives are being purged at a significant rate. In an estimated 2 to 3 years, there will be only Germans inhabiting these regions. With the completed construction of the base in northeastern Australia, we now have 3 carrier strike groups permanently stationed in the east, 1 in Sri Lanka, 1 in Singapore, and 1 in Australia. A 4th is on the way in Hawaii. You will be proud to know that the Kriegsmarine has grown large enough to project force anywhere on the globe. We have 10 carrier strike groups located around the world, each comprising a single carrier and its accompanying carrier air wing, which includes 30 dive bombers and 12 fighters. Each strike group is also protected by one of our newest battleships, 2 of our latest cruiser designs, and a destroyer squadron of 6 of our most modern destroyers, along with 2 U-boats. Additionally, 2 supply ships provide logistical support, such as fuel, food, and ammunition. In total, this means we have 10 carriers, 10 battleships, 20 heavy cruisers, 60 destroyers, and 20 submarines spread across the world's oceans. For the protection of maritime trade, we have assigned a mix of older battleships, battlecruisers, destroyers, and numerous U-boats. Besides the dedicated warships, we have manufactured thousands of Dominion II-class cargo vessels and an estimated 250 LCTs since their introduction, which are capable of transferring multiple armored divisions and their supplies across the seas in a single journey. Adelbrand, despite being an army field marshal, knew a great deal about the Kriegsmarine's capabilities because Berenger had chosen him as chief of staff. Apart from the Kaiser himself, who serves as Reichsmarschall, the equivalent of America's commander-in-chief, Adelbrand held the most authority in the German armed forces. His role required him to be in constant communication with generals from the Heer, the Luftwaffe, and admirals from the Kriegsmarine. Linda, as the director of Imperial Intelligence, whose foreign operations branch worked closely with the military, was also well-versed in this information. Thus, it came as no surprise when the red-headed beauty added to the information. In addition to what General Feldmarschall von Salzburg mentioned, I am pleased to announce that our spies report the Imperial Japanese Navy is severely lacking in the ships required to ferry troops and resources from Japan to Borneo. As a result, they have resorted to making multiple trips to compensate for their lack of transports. It appears that Empress Itami has placed a heavy emphasis on the manufacture and deployment of battleships and heavy cruisers. In terms of battleships, she has 7 or 8 in total, with another batch on the way. As for cruisers, Japan has a dozen, maybe more, but no more than 20. They also have 13 destroyer squadrons, totaling 78 such warships, and, of course, as many if not more submarines. While our navy is far more vast and capable, a significant majority of our ships are of older designs, which are inferior to the Japanese warships. Luckily, all of our carrier strike groups, which will be the heart of our maritime operations in the upcoming war, consist entirely of our latest developments and are more than capable of taking on the Japanese Navy. While the battle capabilities of the Imperial Japanese Navy are threatening, it has become abundantly clear that this invasion of Borneo highlights the enemy's severe lack of transport and shipping. Their largest concerns are the lack of dedicated landing craft and cargo ships. I suggest removing some of the older warships from their current role of protecting the merchant fleet and instead tasking them with forming raiding flotillas dedicated to harassing Japanese shipping and transport. This will inevitably make matters worse for Japan as they struggle to resupply and reinforce the islands we will most likely be fighting on. Berenger looked up from the reports in his hand and smiled as he questioned his trusted friend about his opinion on the matter.
Adelbrand, you're in regular communication with the Admiralty. What do you think of my wife's suggestion?
Linda slightly frowned when Berenger did not take her advice at face value, but she allowed Adelbrand to speak his piece. The man merely smiled and bowed his head with respect before responding. My Kaiser, I believe the Kaiserin is correct in her assessment. The fighting against Japan's warships can be left to our carrier strike groups. However, we have hundreds of submarines and dozens of destroyers of the old design lying about. Not to mention the ungodly sum of old battleships and battlecruisers we have, which are dreadfully lacking in anti-air capabilities compared to the newest warships. I believe we can protect our merchant fleets with destroyers and submarines alone. However, if we were to dedicate these larger obsolete warships to attack Japanese shipping and transport, there's not much they will be able to do to stop them, short of chasing them off with their own battleships and heavy cruisers. Upon hearing both his Director of Intelligence and Chief of Staff share their united opinions, Berenger nodded his head before handing the dossiers back to them and responding in agreement with their assessment.
Very well.
We will begin the formation of dedicated raiding flotillas immediately. Adelbrand, select the ships you think are most qualified for the job, and send them to Sri Lanka, Singapore, and Australia to stand by and wait for the war to begin. If that is all, then you are both dismissed. There are plenty of matters at hand to concern myself with regarding this upcoming war. After saying that, Linda and Adelbrand paid their respects and left the room.
Berenger continued to work on organizing the fleets and armored divisions for the impending war with Japan.
Despite Itami's best attempts to squash the so-called hauntings of Borneo, they continued to pop up here and there during the dead of night. By now, morale was at an all-time low for the Imperial Japanese Army as they continued to push forward into the meat grinder in an attempt to take the island by storm. Currently, a squadron of Mi-264 strategic bombers and their fighter escorts were flying through the night sky over Borneo. Instead of bombs, these planes carried propaganda leaflets written in Japanese script. Their mission was simple: to dump the pamphlets over the northern half of the island before returning to Singapore. As tensions rose in Borneo, the German Empire became increasingly active in non-combatant roles. Many of the Reich's greatest talents were flooding into the region, preparing themselves for the day the fighting truly started. Among these men was Han's former flight instructor, who was now a colonel of his own air wing. Colonel Ernst Mayr was glancing at his radar when he noticed a small blip appear, followed by several more in the seconds that followed. He snarled in disgust before getting on his comms and alerting the rest of the unit.
"Just our luck, we've got company, boys. Do you think these fuckers have radar?"
Another voice appeared with a slight chortle before responding to the question.
"If they did, they would be pounding us with AA right now. I think it's just a small patrol. Remember our orders. Do not attack unless we have been fired upon."
I'm sure we can all agree that we don't want to be the fools who start this war. After that, the voices went silent over the comms as the Japanese planes entered the same airspace. No matter how Colonel Mayr looked at the radar, it appeared that the Japanese planes were inbound.
If the enemy noticed their presence in the airspace, they would surely attack.
With a heavy sigh, Ernst gave a command to the bombers in the wing.
"Bombs away, boys.
Better drop those flyers before the enemy mistakes them for explosives." A voice responded on the other end of the comms with a short, simple acknowledgement.
"Roger that." In the next second, the bottom hatches opened, and thousands of paper leaflets dropped from the night sky above Borneo onto the Japanese positions below.
Naturally, the wind picked them up and carried them for some time. It was completely unknown how many of these flyers made it to the intended region. However, after dropping the leaflets, the Japanese pilots took notice of the German air wing and began to immediately intercept them. When Colonel Mayr saw this, he immediately broke off from the bombers and gave them an urgent command. "You guys head back to Singapore. We'll make sure these yellow bastards don't intercept you.
Go!"
The last thing they needed was for the Japanese anti-aircraft guns on the ground to open fire on their bombers. With this in mind, the Ta-152 fighter interceptors began to climb, their altitude rapidly increasing as they laid out the bait for the wooden Ki-106 fighters to follow. The Japanese pilots did exactly as Ernst thought they would, desperately trying to keep up with the German fighters, which were too fast for the Ki-106. This caused the Japanese pilots to become extremely frustrated, with one losing control and opening fire on the Germans. The Germans had no way of knowing whether the Japanese had been ordered to shoot them down or had acted out of frustration. Either way, now that shots had been fired, this little game had quickly turned into a deadly dogfight. Ernst, who was high in the sky, quickly maneuvered his plane to face the Ki-106, which were quite a bit away from him, and put the pedal to the metal. Descending rapidly from the sky, Colonel Mayr fell upon the first three Ki-106 to enter his sight, guns blazing. The combined might of a single 30mm autocannon and two 20mm autocannons sprayed the nose of the first enemy plane, blasting it into pieces in the air. The moment the high-explosive rounds touched the wooden fuselage, the Ki-106 practically disintegrated. Needless to say, the pilot was killed instantly. Ernst did not stop there and quickly aimed his optical sight at another plane flying side by side with the one he had just shot down. With a burst of fire from his autocannons, this Ki-106 also detonated in the air. However, before Ernst could take out the third plane in front of him, a burst of fire rained down from above, where another German pilot had taken a shot directly through the Ki-106's cabin, killing the pilot instantly and shredding the enemy fighter apart. Ernst felt a bit irritated, having his third kill stolen from him. However, he continued to fly through the enemy fire, which missed their shots before being quickly gunned down by the overwhelming number of Ta-152s in the air. In less than 5 minutes, all 24 Japanese planes were shot out of the sky without a single German casualty. Once they were sure that there was no one left to oppose them in the air, Colonel Ernst gave the command for the rest of the fighters to head home. "Alright, boys, let's get out of here before the AA realizes we're still up here. I just hope we didn't just kickstart the war." With that, the German fighters pressed their gas pedals and flew as fast as they could back to Singapore, not looking back at where they had just wiped out an entire Japanese fighter squadron. Word quickly reached the Japanese mainland about the loss of an entire fighter squadron. Itami was awoken from her sleep and personally alerted by one of her generals. The albino beauty rose from her bed and rubbed her eyes, still groggy, barely hearing what the man was saying. All she knew was that one of her generals was in her personal quarters, without permission, standing over her with a stern appearance. Itami immediately assumed a coup was taking place and reached under her pillow to pull out a pistol, which she pointed at the man's head with a murderous glint in her blood-red eyes. "You have exactly 3 seconds to explain why you're in my room before I put a bullet in your brain." The general raised his hands in defense and quickly informed her of what had happened within the given time frame. "The Germans have attacked." Itami thought she might still be half asleep and gazed at the general as if he were a moron. She quickly demanded he repeat what he said. "I'm sorry, what? For a second, I thought I just heard you say the Germans have attacked us." The general remained silent, eyeing the pistol still pointed at his forehead. He simply nodded, confirming what he had said. In response, Itami tossed the gun aside and jumped out of bed, pulling a coat over her nightgown. "Summon my generals and inform me what has occurred while we head to the war room." 2 separate meetings were about to take place on both sides of the world, which would determine whether war would commence as a result of this aerial engagement. After a brief encounter with one of her generals, Itami placed a military jacket over her nightgown and followed her subordinate into the war room, where her generals and admirals were already gathered. Before anyone could speak, she began barking commands. Status update now. During her walk to the war room, she had been alerted to what had transpired in the skies above Borneo just over an hour ago. What concerned her more was the German response to this incident. A balding, overweight man, who looked almost like a turkey stuffed into a military uniform, quickly addressed the Empress of Japan with the utmost respect. "Tenahika-sama, in case you are not already aware, we have made contact with the German Air Force over Borneo. They gunned down one of our squadrons before fleeing back to their airbase in Singapore. What are your orders?" Itami was naturally already aware of this and was quick to lash out at her general for repeating the same story that she had already heard. "I am already aware, General. What I need to know is how the Germans are reacting. Do not waste my time." The gluttonous general, who had just spoken, wore a nervous expression on his oversized face as he began to sweat after receiving such a violent outburst from the Empress. He knew she would be furious at his next words, but he also knew that hiding the truth would only get him into further trouble. Thus, he sighed heavily before admitting they knew nothing about the Germans' movements. "As of right now, we have limited knowledge about German deployments outside of Borneo. However, there seems to have been an increase in activity from the Royal Majapahit Army. It appears they are preparing to go on the offensive. A large gathering of troops is being deployed to the front lines as we speak." Itami frowned upon hearing this. She wanted more than anything to berate her subordinates for their uselessness in a time of crisis. However, she knew that yelling at them would achieve nothing, so she responded to the news with a strategy of her own. "Advance the 1st and 2nd Armored Divisions from the rear to the front. We must stop this attack before they can press forward into our occupied territory. I also want as many fighters and bombers as we have in the Philippines to take to the air and secure the skies over Borneo. We must establish air supremacy before the Germans arrive, or else the war will be lost before it even begins. As for the 1st and 2nd Fleets, have them set sail immediately from Osaka and head to Singapore. I doubt the German Navy will remain idle after such an attack. Gentlemen, as of this moment, we are officially at war with the German Empire." A look of dread appeared on the faces of every general and admiral gathered to witness Empress Itami Ryo's bold declaration. Not a single soul dared to inform her that it was their men who had first opened fire on the Germans. Some had grown impatient waiting for the war with the German Empire to begin and used this opportunity to spark conflict between the two industrial powers.
Others feared the Empress's reaction if their blunder was discovered.
Either way, unless Berengar took action to halt hostilities, it appeared that war had now become inevitable. Berengar was awoken in the middle of the night and immediately alerted to the crisis facing the entire German nation. It was a crisis unknown to the public, but the consequences of inaction would surely mean the deaths of thousands, if not tens of thousands. Knowing he would get no more sleep that night, Berengar rushed out of bed and dressed in his military uniform before storming through the halls to the palace's war room. There, generals, admirals, and politicians would soon gather to discuss a dire situation that had occurred over Borneo no more than an hour earlier. It didn't take long for these men of great importance to assemble in the war room and discuss the crisis at hand. The moment General Feldmarschall Adelbrand entered, Berengar snapped at him, still irritated at being woken so late at night.
Just what the hell is going on in Borneo that I have to be woken up at 0200 hours?
Adelbrand, who had just been informed about the situation by his staff, quickly pointed to the map where the problem lay. He did not hesitate to share everything he had learned on his way to the imperial palace. It appears that during a propaganda mission, a squadron of Japanese fighters intercepted and fired upon our air wing.
In response, our pilots retaliated and shot down the enemy squadron.
As far as we know, there were no casualties on our side. However, this incident is clearly an act of war, and we must react before the Japanese have a chance to attack.
They appear to be mobilizing as we speak.
Berengar was startled by the scenario that had unfolded while he slept and deeply concerned about the potential ramifications.
He quickly followed up with a question about the enemy's response. You say Japan is currently mobilizing its forces? I need to know the exact details. Have they begun to deploy their fleets, and where are they headed? Have the Japanese launched their planes stationed in the southern Philippines? Is there any noticeable activity from the Imperial Japanese Army?
Adelbrand quickly moved wooden figures representing the 1st and 2nd Fleets of the Japanese Navy, which had departed from Japan and were headed to Singapore. He then moved the figures representing 2 different Japanese armored divisions advancing to reinforce the front lines in Borneo. The field marshal then explained in detail what their agents had reported.
It appears there is a mass mobilization effort on the part of Japan.
As we speak, their 1st and 2nd Fleets are moving from Osaka to Singapore, in what seems to be a preemptive strike. In total, there are roughly 24 warships in this attack group. As for their air force, they have launched every fighter and bomber they have in the southern Philippines and are preparing to launch more from the northern Philippines. These will land in the south, refuel, and then take flight to Borneo. We are looking at the possibility of hundreds of enemy aircraft attempting to establish air superiority over the island. As for the Imperial Japanese Army, they have mobilized the 1st and 2nd Armored Divisions, which were held back in Brunei and are now advancing towards the front lines in preparation for the Royal Majapahit Army's attack. I am proud to say that we have already reported the situation in the skies above Borneo to our allies, and they have responded with a mass mobilization of their own forces. There are also signs of civilian ships being appropriated in Korea and the Japanese mainland to serve as transport for the Imperial Japanese Army. If they succeed in this endeavor, we are looking at a potential region-wide conflict. Berengar gazed upon the movements the Japanese military had made and felt that war was imminent.
If he were to respond in kind, an armed conflict would be unavoidable. However, he still hoped the Japanese Empress could see reason and quickly gave out his instructions.
Send a message to Ambassador Gerhard von Graz at the German embassy in Beijing. I need him to immediately contact the Japanese Empress. Tell him not to inflame the situation and to connect me with her as soon as he makes contact. Regarding our forces, I want you to mobilize Carrier Group 6 stationed in Singapore and send them to intercept the Japanese fleets off Borneo.
We cannot allow the enemy to trespass into our maritime borders.
As for the Luftwaffe, order every fighter within range to take off and head to Borneo, but keep them above the Majapahit lines to ensure they do not enter Japanese-occupied airspace until we have attempted contact with Japan. For our ground forces, prepare the LCTs in Singapore and dispatch a Panzer Division and a Panzer Grenadier Division to the shores of Borneo.
If this war escalates, I want German troops on the ground.
I must emphasize again that no one is to attack Japan unless we are fired upon first or I give the signal. There is still time to salvage this crisis and prevent it from escalating into a full-scale war."
Adelbrand snapped to attention and saluted Berenger, responding in the affirmative. "Yes, my Kaiser."
Berenger focused on the map as the communications operators began relaying his orders, silently hoping that Itami was not the psycho he always thought she was.